Guten Morgen. Good morning.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor and pleasure for me to welcome you to the second day of the Caspian Europe Forum. I think that we had a very interesting first day yesterday, and we will continue today with the following topics. We will talk first about the role of the development banks in the Caspian region, then about successfully investing in the Caspian region. I'm very pleased and honored that CAREC is presenting their activities in the Caspian region. Then the next topic will be agribusiness and food industry in Caucasus and the Central Asia. And we will close the conference with the situation in Afghanistan and its geopolitical and economic impacts in the Caspian region. I want to thank once again our sponsors, the Germany Trade and Invest, the Schneider Group, and Allied Free Economic Zone. Thank also very much to all our knowledge partners, institutional partners, and conference partners, and media partners. And let's start with a very interesting hopefully second day. I would like now to hand over to Dr. Volker Treyer. He is Chief Executive of the Foreign Trade Association of the German Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I do hope, yes, I see him, so welcome and take it over, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Maliki. And dear Mr. Schumann, dear Mr. Martin, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to join this event again for its second edition, although it's at the second day, but it's going to be a thrilling day, a day where I do hope we can, a lot of things to learn and where we can come together and cooperate. So welcome to all participants in the name of DIHK, the Association of German Chambers of Commerce and Industry. We are very, very pleased to support this event together with our German bilateral chambers in the region. Today is Investment Day at the Caspian Europe Forum, a very important topic for the development of the economic relations between Germany and the countries in the Caspian region. I do speak about investments the whole day long. For me, it is absolutely essential that business and economies are running. Yesterday, high-ranked experts discussed on potential for cooperation in Central Asia in different sectors: logistics, energy, infrastructure, health, and even vocational education. These are essential fields for development towards more sustainability and towards a future where the digital economy is key. Our colleagues, Anna Kim of the delegation of the German economy in Central Asia in Almaty, and Tobias Baumann, he is with the German Azerbaijan Chamber of Commerce in Baku. They were among the discussants in the session on energy and sustainability. They pointed out the relevance of investment in decarbonization and in the reduction of the dependence from fossil fuels for the transition of the economies in the Caspian region. To make progress in these fields and in all other fields mentioned above, investment is the key factor. New investments are needed, and this is why this topic deserves a whole day of inputs, discussion, and exchange today. The Caspian region offers big potential for cooperation. Let us look, for instance, to Kazakhstan. The country has set itself the goal of achieving climate neutrality by 2060. And this is not, one cannot overestimate this goal. It's very challenging. There are top fields of action for this ambitious goals. Kazakhstan wants to make big progress in the sector of renewable energy and rely much more on wind energy. Considerable investment is needed in agriculture regarding technology and food processing. The big challenge of decarbonization is on the top of the agenda. Here, the focus lies on the sectors energy, mining, metallurgy, which are absolutely vital for the country and at the same time very energy intensive. Let's face it. For decarbonization, as well as for the digital economy, extraction of raw materials and rare earths are of crucial importance. Kazakhstan adopted a new ecological code this year. This code will come into force in 2025 and is based on the European standards for emission limits. It foresees high penalties for non-compliance. They really take that serious. Kazakhstan's production, which is currently still very energy intensive, will have to make very good use of the short time until 2025. It will also have to improve further in order to comply with the prescribed standards. Our colleagues in Kazakhstan are already seeing increasing interest from companies that want to decarbonize their production and are receiving more and more inquiries. Many local German companies have a technological leadership in this sector and are already working closely with Kazakh companies. ThyssenKrupp, Siemens, Linde, Krone can be mentioned as prominent examples, but more can be done. Almost $19 billion must be invested in the decarbonization process in Kazakhstan every year to achieve the goal of decarbonization. In many cases, German companies are leaders in know-how, technologies, and processes. They can play an important role in achieving this goal. Chances and potentials for cooperation will be in the focus during the 23rd German Business Day in Kazakhstan tomorrow. And many more countries are part of the Caspian region. Many more interesting fields for investment will be discussed today in the forum, as mentioned by Dr. Maliki. So, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all a fruitful exchange and interesting insights and hopefully good business. Enjoy the investment day at the Caspian Europe Forum. And give back to Dr. Maliki. Thank you very much.
Dr. Trier, thank you very much. It was good seeing you after nearly 1 year, even though only on the screen, but it was good seeing you. And thank you for all the kind words and your opening keynote. I would like now to hand over to Michael Schumann. He is the chairman of the Federal Association of Economic Development and Foreign Trade in Berlin, and he was our partner last year and again this year. So, Mr. Schumann, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear government representatives, members of the diplomatic corps, the German Bundestag and other parliaments, dear Dr. Maleki, dear Dr. Trier, Mr. Martin, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of BWA, the Federal Association for Economic Development and Foreign Trade, I'm very pleased to welcome you today to the second day of the second Caspian Europe Forum here in the heart of Germany's capital, but also virtually in all the countries of the Caspian region. For us, as the Federal Association, it is a special pleasure that we have been able to help support this format, initiated and decisively shaped by the Maleki Group as a partner since its beginning last year. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Nada Maleki for this excellent cooperation based on mutual trust and this very worthwhile initiative. Yesterday, we were able to gain various impressions of the potential that the countries of the Caspian region offer for the German and European economy. The Russian Federation, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the states of Central Asia and the South Caucasus each have specific, sometimes complex, but in any case highly interesting development processes in their economies, societies, and cultures. And those who want to become successful entrepreneurs in the region have to deal with these conditions and circumstances and first of all get to know them. When we hear the voices from Baku, Nur-Sultan, Bishkek, and Tashkent, we are reminded that we live in a multipolar world and that the Caspian and Eurasian regions have become an essential factor in this geopolitical and geoeconomic constellation that Germany needs to take better note of. The transport corridors running through this part of the world are a determining factor for the economies of the European Union. And the participation of all the countries mentioned in the global project of the New Silk Road, One Belt, One Road, should also make us in Germany think about an appropriate strategy that corresponds to our national interests and increases the foreign economic participation of our private sector in the successes created in the region. I'm particularly pleased to welcome many members of our association at this conference. I extend a special greeting to His Excellency Vali Alaskarov, the chairman of the Alat Free Economic Zone from Azerbaijan, who, as one of our members, has also contributed to this conference. And today is dedicated in particular to the business and investment opportunities of the Caspian region, for which we will get to know, I hope, so many vivid examples later on. As BWA, we build sustainable bridges to good business and also like to bring the resulting entrepreneurial expertise into the political debate and into the political arena. That is necessary because business, as our motto says, business is all of us. And with respect to the exploratory talks currently underway to form a new German government, I would like to recommend that German politicians also take a closer look at the Caspian region. Now, we're talking all about climate and all these challenges, but first and foremost, it is important to build your own impression. And you gain that by actually going there, by traveling there, by making connections, by building bridges, by forming a personal experience from which we in Germany perhaps may also learn something. So, ladies and gentlemen, I now would like to wish you interesting and successful discussions. Thank you once again for your contribution to the success of this conference, and assure you that BWA will continue to advocate for deeper cooperation with the countries of the Caspian region. Thank you very much for your attention and enjoy the conference.
Well, thank you, Mr. Schumann. I'm very pleased that I can now introduce Mr. Rainer Martin. He is the lead economist at the Joint Vienna Institute, and he will give us an overview about the economic and financial development and prospects in the Caspian region. Good to have you with us, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Malecki. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it's a great pleasure and it's an honor to address you today. It's also challenging talking about economic developments and convergence prospects in a diverse region in 25 minutes, but I will do my best to shed some light on these issues. So let me start by talking about economic developments and the near-term prospects for the region, and then I will spend most of my time to have a first look at the longer-term convergence prospects of this region. Let me just use 1 minute or half a minute of my time to introduce the Joint Vienna Institute, because many of you may not be familiar with it. The Joint Vienna Institute is a regional capacity development institute. We are jointly owned by the International Monetary Fund and the Austrian government, and we are providing courses to public sector officials from Eastern Europe, and that includes, of course, the Caucasus region, that includes Central Asia. We also cover Turkey, and we also cover Iran. So the Caucasus region is really a core constituency for us. Right, let me now get into the subject in a little more detail, starting with growth prospects and developments in the region. Well, growth in the Caspian Sea region is broadly expected to return to pre-COVID levels by next year. So if that materializes, it means that there is a relatively swift V-shaped kind of recovery in the region, showing some resilience of the region too. So we're expecting GDP growth in the Caucasus countries on average around 3% next year, around 4% in the Central Asian countries, around 4% in Russia, and around 2% in Iran. Now, forecasts are always with a lot of uncertainty, and of course, at this particular moment in time, given all the economic uncertainties, given the medical challenges that we are still facing, there is even more uncertainty about these prospects. But nevertheless, I think the picture is relatively positive, also compared to other parts of the world. Let me now turn to this slide, and this is a key point of what I would like to present to you this morning. This is about the per capita GDP levels in the region relative to Russia, on the one hand, as the richest country in the region, and relative to the European Union. So what is the message here? The message is that the Caucasus and the Central Asian countries, as well as Iran, are still way below per capita income levels in Russia and the European Union. Well, that is probably not a big surprise, but the gap is truly quite impressive. So 2 Central Asian countries reach around 2/3 of Russian per capita GDP, but still less than 30% of EU GDP. And the Caucasus countries and Iran, for them, the figures are around 40, respectively 15%. So what does that mean? It means that there is a huge catching up potential in the region. But the next question is, of course, well, if there is such a huge potential, then why has it not really been materialized so far? What's holding it back? And the first port of call for such a question would be to look at macroeconomic developments. Maybe there are severe internal or external imbalances that hold that back. Let's take a look at inflation, very topical issue at the moment. Inflation developments in the Caucasus countries and also in Russia are broadly contained. This is not a particularly big issue. And if you look at developments over the last 20 years, you can see that a lot of progress has actually been achieved in this field. Inflation does remain high in some Central Asian countries, and in particular in Iran. So here there is really still a lot of work to do. But some progress has been made also, at least in some of these countries. Let's then turn to fiscal policy. This is often a big problem. This is often something that holds back countries from realizing their growth potential. And what you see here is also not really too worrisome. So public sector deficits in the Caspian Sea region remain mostly contained. There are some exceptions, of course. You also see, of course, a negative impact from the pandemic, and that will take a few years until fiscal figures, deficit figures, go back to the pre-pandemic levels. But it's not exactly that this is a major problem for the countries. And of course, for the commodity exporting countries, they tended to have public surpluses before the pandemic, and hopefully they will return to this in a few years' time. The other aspect of fiscal policy is debt. Are these countries highly indebted? Is that maybe a big problem? Well, not so much, because government debt levels remain also mostly contained, and that is something that the region shares with most transition economies. Why? Because 30 years ago, many of them started with a relatively clean slate when it came to public debt. So that is also not a big issue. Of course, and I don't want to belittle this, the impact of COVID-19 will lead to an increase in some countries by 10 percentage points or even 20 percentage points of debt levels. So it's not something that can be ignored. Last issue, let's look at external imbalances. Current account deficits. That is also a big problem in many emerging market economies. And indeed, some of the countries in the region have structural issues in this regard. So let me just here point out, for example, Armenia, Georgia, or also Uzbekistan. These are countries that have long-standing negative current account balances, or I should rather say imbalances. But of course, the situation is quite different again for the main commodity exporting countries. And we are not talking here about figures that we've been seeing, for example, in some euro area countries before the euro area sovereign debt crisis. So it's a mixed picture, I would say. All in all, my take on these macroeconomic management indicators, which I presented at a very high level, but still covering quite some ground, I would say, is that macroeconomic policies are really unlikely to explain the substantial gap in per capita income levels between the Caspian Sea countries and the European Union. A lot of progress have been made. Finance ministries, central banks in the region have become much, much better at doing their job. And you can see this in the results. So then we have to go a step further, and we have to see whether there are other issues that provide obstacles for realizing the convergence potential. And for this, I would like to use a very simplified version of a production function approach. So I would like to look at labor, I would like to look at capital, and I would like to look at productivity, as hard as that may be. This is a very high-level approach, for sure, also given the time constraints that I have, but I think it is interesting insofar as it gives you kind of a first impression where some of the major bottlenecks may be. One caveat I would like to add, of course, the lack of political cooperation, the existence of severe, sometimes armed conflicts, and the resulting poor connectivity that you still have throughout the region is not helpful. But I will not go into any details here during this talk. This is certainly beyond the scope of what I can present. So let's go back to these three aspects, and let's start with labor markets. What is the labor market potential of the region? Well, first of all, looking at unemployment, this is quite interesting. It is an issue in some countries. It's an issue in Georgia. It's an issue in Iran. It's also particularly an issue in Armenia, but not really in the rest. So the Central Asian countries, but also Russia, have unemployment rates that are comparable to what we see in the European Union. So this part of the labor market seems to work in many countries reasonably well. The next indicator to look at, however, is a little more worrying. This is employment rates. So the share of the population that is actually economically active. And what we see here in employment rates is a heterogeneous picture. The figures differ a lot. On the one hand of the spectrum, you have Tajikistan with 36% employment rate. On the other hand, you have Kazakhstan at 62%. There's also a gender dimension here, because female employment tends to be much lower than male employment throughout the region. But what all of these countries have in common is that the employment rate throughout the region are clearly below the European Union average. Now that is a problem, first of all, point in time, but it's also a potential, because the people that are not yet in active employment can, of course, be brought into this if the framework conditions are correct. And what comes on top of this are demographic developments. We all know that the European Union is essentially stagnant when it comes to employment. That is a feature that we see only in Georgia and in Russia in the Caspian Sea region. These countries are shrinking. The rest is growing, and is growing actually quite fast, in particular the Central Asian countries. So this positive population growth adds, of course, to the labor and employment potential that the region has. What about bringing these people into the labor market? Well, here you would need to look at educational attainment data, you would need to look at skill level. This is very granular, very challenging data, also often difficult to interpret and to compare. But one indicator is quite interesting, and that indicator is about the public expenditures on education. And the public expenditures on education throughout the region, with the notable exception of Russia, are way below what you see in the European Union. We all know money doesn't guarantee you positive results, but clearly there seems to be an issue here that more public expenditures on educating and on upskilling the population would probably help the region a lot. Let me now turn to the second production factor, and that's capital. Let me start with investment. Investment data is actually quite interesting because what you see is that total investment in the region is very high. Relative to GDP, most Caspian countries are way above the levels that we are seeing in Germany or other European Union countries. They're investing a lot. Now, part of the explanation for this is surely that the capital stock is still relatively low, so there needs to be a catching up, there needs to be a build-up of the capital stock. But the second question that comes up is, where does all this investment go? Is it well allocated? Is it used for productive purposes? Or maybe not so much? Very difficult question to answer, but the allocation of the funding usually works in these countries through the banking system. So it's important to see what the banking system is looking like. Is that in good shape? Is it robust? Is it well run? Let me give you just a few figures on that. Starting with some very good news. The banks in the Caspian Sea region are very well capitalized. They're actually much better capitalized than most of the banks that we are seeing in the European Union. So they're quite robust against shocks. That is a positive thing. What is a little less positive are asset quality figures, non-performing loans. So here, quite a few of the countries have a problem. Some have a substantial problem, and this problem is likely to deteriorate as a result of COVID-19 once the support measures are withdrawn. So this is really something that needs to be looked at, that needs to be remedied, and that would also help, of course, the allocation process of capital to productive purposes, because if you have deteriorating asset quality, this is something that holds back productive investment quite substantially. There's a lot of literature on that. Another interesting feature of the banking sector is it's quite small. Throughout the region, the aggregate banking sector balance sheet relative to GDP, so used here domestic credit as an indicator, tends to be much lower than in the European Union. In fact, only in 3 countries, this indicator exceeded 50% of GDP. What's more is that progress in this field is generally limited. We even see some countries where the aggregate banking sector balance sheet has shrunk recently. Probably for good reasons, because there may be some cleanups in the banking sector, so this is not something really to worry about. But progress is limited. That is something that comes out clearly. Related to this, the next point, and also a point that has a lot to do with allocation of capital, is financial inclusion. And financial inclusion is also an issue in the region still. So the unbanked population in the Caucasus and in Central Asia remains relatively large, despite some heterogeneity throughout the region. But, and here comes some very good news, there is a lot of progress. So the figures are rising quite strongly. And I think mostly fintech is what drives this. So there are a lot of new mobile money and payment system providers that are active now and that help to bring this unbanked population into the formal banking sector. So that is a very positive development. Last not least, FDI. This is the investment day of the forum, so at least I wanted to have some figures on this. FDI is flowing in, and that is not a small thing, because in some emerging market economies it's not the case. So FDI adds to the capital stock in the region, particularly in the Caucasus and in Central Asia. That is good. What is a little less positive is that the inflows are actually trending downwards. So FDI inflows are a very volatile series, so I use some 5-year averages here, and if you compare the figures for the 2015 to 19 period with what we've seen during 2005 to 9, the figures have basically halved. So FDI inflows have halved compared to what we've seen 15 years earlier, and that is clearly something that is worrying, and that should be, we should work towards reversing this, right? That is a very important task. Last point, most challenging point of my little production function, productivity. How do you measure this? It's an elusive concept, clearly, right? And there is a lot of literature out there that tries to explain why some countries are more productive than others. But what comes out is that the quality of institution and the quality of structural features play usually a big role. And there are some indicators out there that can be used to get a glimpse, at least, right? What is happening. So let me start with the EBRD's transition scores. They are well known. They have changed over the years a lot, so it's hard to do a long-term comparison. But even comparing the 2017 and 2019 figures, you see progress. There's something very positive happening in the region, in particular in 3 areas. The first one is competitive, which is of course very important for business. The second is green, so the environmental improvements. And the third one is integration, linking connectivity in the region. So those are very important aspects, and there is something positive happening there. Now, what is the right benchmark for this? I think the right benchmark for this is to look at the transition economies that are now in the European Union, because these are the most advanced transition economies when it comes to these features. And here you still see a lag. So there is still a little bit of, or quite a bit, of improvement that can be made. But as I said, things are going in the right direction. Second, and I should add a word of caution here, the World Bank doing business indicators, they got a bad rap recently, because there were allegations that some of these figures for some countries were, say, influenced. Nevertheless, I think it is a useful indicator, and for most of the countries there were no allegations of this sort whatsoever. That's why I decided to include it. And again, you see a lot of progress. So in particular, Russia, interestingly enough, and some Central Asian countries are making a lot of progress in these doing business indicators, which capture a lot of individual indicators, of course. And interestingly, some countries are now actually above the level for Germany for doing business. So that is positive news. That should hopefully also help investment. Last not least, not so good news, but I felt that this is also important to add. The Corruption Perception Index by Transparency International. This is an issue in the region. So corruption is perceived as high in most countries. There are really only Armenia and Georgia which are in the bottom of the league of Transparency International's table, and that's where you want to be. You want to be at the bottom, not at the top here. Some countries made progress, others made little progress. So that clearly is still something that should be improved. Let me wrap up. So in the short period of time here, I wanted to give you an overview of the prospects of economic convergence for the countries in the Caspian Sea region. And as I said earlier, I think macroeconomic developments were not, macroeconomic management is not the key issue. There is something that is more related to structural features. But even here, it's a mixed picture. So in labor, unemployment rates suggest that labor force utilization is relatively low and the populations are growing, but this is a potential and it should be utilized better, and I believe it can be utilized better. Capital investment levels are high. The banking system may have shortcomings, so here is clearly an area for improvement to improve the allocation of capital, and net FDI inflows are still there and they are positive. And for productivity, structural features, there's a mixed evidence that we see so far, but a lot of improvement also in some areas like the transition indicators and the doing business indicators. So in sum, it's mixed. There is some light, there is some shade, but there is certainly a lot of progress. And I think that should make us hopeful for what is to come. And of course, for the countries, it will remain important to build on the progress that was made and to leverage on them to really improve and to speed up the convergence process. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. I think it was a lot of information, and just for our audience, you can find everything what was shown today on our website, so all the conferences taped, and you will have the opportunity to get the information on our website. I would like now to hand over to Mr. Schumann for some questions to Mr. Martin.
Well, thank you. Mr. Martin, you presented some impressive figures regarding a post-COVID rebound of the economies in the region. You outlined the potential and mentioned some of the factors where this potential has not yet been leveraged: lack of political cooperation, poor connectivity. So regional integration, I guess, is a key to better prospects. As you know, we just had a federal election here in Germany, and German foreign policy is being remeasured right now. So what role do you think Germany can and should play in the region in the future to promote that regional integration?
Well, this is a difficult question, of course. I think Germany has can play a role on two levels. So the first level is, of course, the bilateral relations with the country, and this is something that can be further improved. But I think probably the even more important role is via the European Union, where, of course, Germany can also exert some influence. And I think so far my impression is that the Caucasus, Southern Caucasus, and the Central Asian countries were a little bit, say, not in the focus of attention because they were seen as a little bit too far away. And I think that is something that can be changed. And of course, in concrete measures, well, there is a lot that can be done, coming to technical assistance, coming to public support for investments in the region, and so on. So I think there is a huge potential, but I think it's important to realize that this can happen at two different levels, and it should be done at two different levels.
Okay. And in which sectors do you think lie the greatest opportunities for, let's say, private sector investment from Germany? That infrastructure, you mentioned financial services, unbanked population. So what advice would you give to a business association, what to promote first?
I'm not an expert on individual sectors, but certainly transportation and all infrastructure is an important issue, clearly. So there is a lot of capital needs, and I think Germany has a lot of expertise for this that can be leveraged. Now, I'm more familiar with the banking sector, and here a lot of work can be done, and I think it would be crucially important because at the end, the banking sector is what channels the investment, what channels capital to the right productive sources. Now, I think one also needs to understand that the banking sector reform, the banking sector improvement needs to come from the countries. It is not something that can, be brought upon externally. But what I know is that some countries in the region are very active. They are very eager to do this. So, for example, Armenia, for example, Kazakhstan. To mention just two where I'm personally also have some experience with these countries. That should be supported in whichever way it can. And if there is more foreign banking activity, more FDI in the financial sector, I think this would also be helpful, right? Okay. Because we've seen in other countries that this exerts usually a positive influence on the performance of the sector.
Just one last question. You mentioned productivity rates, and I found that very intriguing that you said some countries there have surpassed Germany, rank higher in Germany in terms of productivity. So is there something we can learn from the region?
This was about the doing business, actually, where they outpaced Germany by now. Yes, I think that Germany can indeed learn something from that, because some of the countries have really tried to streamline the processes in which business is done. So simple things like one-stop shop investment opportunities and the whole area of regulation. And I think this is not an area where Germany is probably at its best, right? So I think the knowledge transfer is not necessarily one way. I think it's something that should be considered both ways.
Great. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Martin. Thank you, Mr. Schumann. So it was a very interesting session, and we will have now a short break, and then we will have the topic, the role of development banks in the Caspian region. Thank you very much. Vielen Dank.
Thank you. Vielen Dank.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a great welcome to our distinguished guests in the audience and those attending today's panel discussion about the role of the development banks in the Caspian region. I would like to thank the organizers, and particularly the Malecki Group and its sponsors, for arranging such a topical event today and continuing the discussion from yesterday. As we have heard, the economies of the Caspian region differ widely concerning their material wealth, the economic health levels, and the diversification of their industries. As most countries in the region owe their economic success to their natural resources, They are not sufficiently diversified and face severe risks from fluctuations in the commodity prices. As we have heard, the pandemic had a negative effect on the growth rates. However, the economies are expected to recover very soon. Nonetheless, many fundamental issues may remain for a long while. Apart from insufficient diversification, common problems include, as we have heard, on corruption, the over-reliance on remittances from foreign countries, the underutilization of capital, and the need for regional integration. The development of economic opportunities require partners to engage in economic reforms, provide the necessary capital, and allocate risks so the private sector can flourish and creating the jobs and the associated incomes. To this end, I am very pleased to have a well-diversified panel of practitioners, including the following partners. To my left, Mr. Thomas Baum, Head of Division Underwriting and Risk Management at Euler Hermes, the Export Credit Agency of Germany. Next comes Ms. Heike Freimuth. She is head of the European Investment Bank's office, or group office here in Germany, based in Berlin. Welcome. We further have Mr. Robert Schöllhammer, who leads as the representative European office in Frankfurt, the Asian Development, and represents the Asian Development Bank in the region. And to the very other end, then we have Mr. Jan van Bilsen, who was the country manager for Austria, the Czech Republic, Germany, Hungary, Slovak Republic, and Switzerland of the International Finance Corporation. And just to say a few words on myself, I am the managing director of Polaris, advising private sector companies on the financing of their investments in emerging markets, and former IFC colleague. Mr. Baum, if I may. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Sorry, our two colleagues on the screen. Mr. Clemens Finger, who is the DEG, the German Development Bank representative, joining us today from Moscow. And last but not least, Katharina Hansen, who is the regional director for the Caucasus at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development in Tbilisi, Georgia. Welcome to you as well. If I may start on raising the first question to you, Mr. Baum, how can international institutions like the ECAs support the development of the private sector in the region?
Yes, thank you for the word, and welcome to everyone here in the room and also online. You have already introduced myself. Export credit agencies like Euler Hermes here for Germany support national exporters in their acquisitions, in their business development in all over the world. And when you ask this question regarding the private sector, we need to really take a differentiated view on the region, because looking at these countries, they are, as we heard before in the economics backup, we all got, thank you again for this wonderful presentation, that we see a diversified transition landscape in that region. And if I look at the business that we are doing for many, many years in the region, in many countries, well diversified. Maybe we have time to speak about the highlights in some of the countries and maybe lowlights in countries where we aren't practically active. We see a development from government-backed or government-financed projects to bank projects, private sector banks or public sector banks, and down the road to basically private companies, mid-caps, even completely private-owned, where the risk is a completely different one than if you deal, for instance, with a government guarantee in these markets. And I would like to highlight particularly maybe Uzbekistan, where we see this for now 2 or 3 years in a row, that our requirements, for example, on a credit side, we require, for instance, that the companies have internationally recognized financial reporting in place. And this is not very, very common in the entire region, that mid-cap companies have these type of financial reports. But we see that smaller companies even consider this as a way to attract foreign banks to be active and the ECAs to support that. And I see it in particular in Uzbekistan that this is now being developed with our help because they want to buy German equipment, they want to finance it longer term and have attractive rates for this. And of course we come with attractive rates for sure. And then they start to develop their accounting, their processes, the financial reporting. So this is one way I see particularly clearly in some of the markets that private sector is supported indirectly, if you like. Of course, directly with the investments they are doing, but also indirectly by the way of how we would provide credit support for these projects.
It's great to hear that, export finance is not just for the big companies, but increasingly for the small companies. And I would like to continue along this line of small and medium enterprise and the need to flourish and to develop new activities. So let me ask Ms. Freimuth, on how is EIB supporting the small and medium-sized enterprises as part of the private sector overall?
Well, what we actually bring to the region is long-term liquidity in local currency, and I think this is of utmost importance for local SMEs to develop and to be able to expand as they are not necessarily having revenues in foreign currency. So having access to long-term funds through the local banks in local currency, I think is very crucial to them, and it allows really to catalyze SME growth in the region. So that's what we are really trying to focus on, and we have accelerated this also, for example, last year during COVID to really support them in their liquidity needs.
So local currency, what would be tenors, if you could give some indication when you talk about long-term, what is long-term?
Well, long-term in the region would start with tenors as of 3 years and that it would go up to 10 years. So that is really what they would not find locally. And with development banks like us, like others, this brings these long-term resources to the region.
Yeah, and we will talk about infrastructure and essentially the need for long-term capital in other or specific industries a little bit later on. So let me move to Mr. Finger in Moscow. And I would particularly like to raise the question, as some of the multilateral investment banks have more of an issue of doing business in Russia. You are based in Russia, so what opportunities do you see in Russia, but then also more generally in the Caspian region?
Yeah, so thank you for that question. So as said, I represent KfW, which is one of the globally largest bilateral DFIs. And as you rightly recognize, of course, Russia, from a strategic perspective, is not really a big focus when it comes to new business, but we still of course see Moscow as a regional hub for business that we do in the region, simply because there's a lot of, let's say, regional networks that we can leverage out of this location. So, and we also would not count, of course, Russia really into that Caspian region. When it comes to that Caspian region, of course, we have a big footprint in Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, in Caucasian countries like Georgia. And we engage on many different levels. So that starts, of course, when we talk about KfW as a whole, on the intergovernmental level, where basically Germany does a lot of advisory work to basically ensure the conditions that allow private entrepreneurs to flourish in these countries, including vocational training, including development of municipal infrastructure, and so on. Also, KfW under its roof has a dedicated arm which is dealing with ECA finance, and I would fully echo the words of Mr. Baum that in fact we see a lot of this ECA activity going on in markets which are relatively, let's say, new to that part of the finance sector, like Uzbekistan, where our colleagues from KfW IPEX are working with a number of local banks to finance supplies to Uzbek companies. Talking about DEG itself, the arm of KfW that I represent myself, we are indeed focusing really on private entrepreneurship only. And again, I would fully echo the words of Mr. Baum here that we see a very interesting sector emerging here in Uzbekistan, of course, where this is relatively new. In other countries like Kazakhstan, we have basically already behind us a period of 15 years of transition. And I think what DFIs can bring to the table here for private entrepreneurs is, of course, a lot of experience, because we have been dealing in those markets, and DEG specifically, always with this kind of German perspective. We have been working there since basically the fall of the Soviet Union. That experience comes with networks to lawyers, to local tax advisory, also companies that we have financed in the past that may become partners to those investors in those countries. We provide, as said, as in DFI, we always provide very long-term capital. We are here to weather those often occurring drawdown periods in those volatile markets. And of course, we are also, as opposed to commercial banks, probably willing and able to provide more risky products like equity participations, even in subsidiaries of German or European companies that invest in those markets. We have those examples where we are, for example, shareholders in the local operations of a very large German building manufacturing producer in Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan. So those are things which I believe are very unique about DFIs that we can bring to the table when German or European companies invest in these markets.
Thank you so much, Mr. Finger. Let's turn to the next DFI, EBRD. Ms. Hansen, what is EBRD looking for during after COVID, and how do you intend to build new business opportunities supporting the region?
Thank you very much. I sincerely hope we're now moving into a post-COVID era. So from EBRD's side, we're focusing on energy, where diversification of renewables is a very hot topic. Some countries have developed certain areas of renewables, but require help to diversify it a bit. So that is a very big part of our work. Jointly with the renewables, it's very important to upgrade the electricity grids, and this is something that many governments tend to overlook because it's a huge sovereign engagement. But to enable to develop renewable energy, the grid must be in a good enough state to be able to absorb the newly generated energy, and this is something that is a prerequisite for any form of investment in the sector. So this is part of some of our very intense discussions with governments. In the infrastructure sector, we work on what we call green cities. It is a program that we run. We have 50 participating cities throughout the countries where we work. We also work on railroads, airports, roads, and so forth to ensure that the logistics solutions for the region works. It has changed a bit over the last year and a half, but so we've had to tweak what we do a little bit. But in essence, we still need to continue working on sustainable and green and digital infrastructure and logistics centers. We also work with financial institutions, that is commercial banks, and we issue credit lines to them that they in turn make available to their clients. Typically, these credit lines are earmarked for special purposes. It can be energy efficiency, it can be enhanced standards of production to meet EU requirements, for example, or it can be women in business. These credit lines are very popular among SMEs and also mid-caps. In the corporate sector, we support agri, we support tourism, manufacturing, services of all sorts, and IT. We have a rather flexible approach, so we can start quite low from 1 million upwards to 300 million approximately. And we see that there is a lot of initiatives ongoing among the local business communities to pursue the opportunities that came out of the recently disrupted supply chains. For example, we see lots of initiatives in the food sector, food production, in local logistic solutions, and in production of construction materials. So if I wanted to say that COVID brought something good, it's enhanced production activity in certain sectors. And last but not least, we focus on advisory services to SMEs. That is the EU definition of SMEs, which is 50 million euro turnover, which obviously in this region are quite big companies, where we provide advisory services to companies which are personalized to support their growth. So this is what we're doing right now, and we are quite busy.
Thank you, Ms. Hansen. Let's turn to ADB. Mr. Schellhammer, I think there is, if I'm correctly informed, a strong need for continued building up infrastructure, and we have heard the theme of lack of connectivity, which is one of the constraining factors in the region. So with a substantial investment need in that sector, how is ADB addressing it?
Well, thank you very much, Caspian, and also thank you very much to the Maliki Group for putting together this conversation. And actually, much of my career was spent in the region, so it's very close to my heart. When you talk about the first time I ever went to Central Asia was 1995, and I traveled went to Almaty, went down to Bishkek on that old road at night, very scary. But where my hair really turned white was the Bishkek-Osh road before it was paved and developed. And I remember this gorgeous scenery. For those of you who know Kyrgyzstan, they were saving petrol. So the car would just float down the mountain. And I remember looking over and I just thought, okay, this is where the white hair comes from. I mean, the need is there very much for infrastructure. I think anybody who knows the region. I actually brought together some statistics. We actually have a very nice infrastructure report which details how much is needed. For ADB, of course, we look at Asia. And we calculate it's $1.7 trillion a year for Asia-Pacific, including major climate-related costs. If you look at what's needed for Central Asia, it's large numbers. It's $33 billion annually. This is what the need is for investment in infrastructure. So that comes to around $492 billion up to the year 2030. That's a lot of money. Now, the development banks generally can bring in quite a bit of cash, for sure, but it's nowhere near enough. That 1.7 trillion, if you put all of us together, World Bank Group, Europeans, regional development banks, nowhere close. So much of the job now is about bringing in others. And maybe if you can just bear with me just to show you where we stand in Central Asia, which I drew from this very nice report. I talked about road quality. Central Asia we have Azerbaijan, Georgia, Armenia, sort of middling level. But the top in Asia, Malaysia, Korea, Sri Lanka. And I know this to be true. Kazakhstan, Mongolia, and Kyrgyzstan are at the very bottom in terms of road quality. Rail quality, again, middling to low. Transmission, water sanitation is actually not too bad. Railroad density, very, very high, I think, as we were discussing over dinner last night. Armenia and Azerbaijan way at the top. But I think I remember going to Georgia and being told that the best thing that ADB can do for Georgia is help build a smooth railway line to get that lovely Georgian wine to China. And this is all part of our CAREC program, which we'll be talking about later. But these are all big investments. And it's not just about the money, of course. So one program actually we were discussing yesterday with our counterparts at BMZ. I should mention Germany has a big stake. Our largest shareholders in ADB are the US, Japan, and China. Germany has a big stake at $5 billion in terms of worth of sharing. They run something called the Asia Pacific Climate Fund, which we manage on behalf of the German government, which is about basically reducing the risks of investment. That's very much the trend. About 10 years ago, we created a public-private partnership office, which is very, very active now. And I remember sitting in that meeting 10 years ago and thinking, this is not going to work. But when I see the list of projects that are happening, we see a lot in Uzbekistan, in solar. We see a lot in Baku, student dormitories, schools in Uzbekistan. It's the same countries which tend to figure a lot. It's Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and I expect that would grow over time. But what is needed, and I think that's why a forum like this is so important. When I joined ADB about 1,000 years ago, I think at the dawn of the millennium in 2000, we were still project focused, still focused on co-financing, many with other colleagues around the table. But I think the experience we have with other Asian countries shows, you've got to tackle the problems of a country holistically. Not easy. So part of our new strategy is really building alliances. One big change from that time that I joined ADB was we started in a region that was mostly poor. Most countries, including in Central Asia, are now middle income. But even countries like Tajikistan, which are lower on the income ladder, they can even raise their own bonds. So money is less and less of the problem nowadays. But it's about how do you bring in the standards? How do you bring in the knowledge? That is so crucial. So a forum like this is important because ADB, we're constantly looking for partners. Who can make sure that that road is safe? Who can make sure that we're using the best technology? And also, given the pains we've seen in many Asian countries, which grew and grew and grew, but you neglect the environment. What about making sure that everybody's employed properly? We also have a strong social mission. Poverty reduction is still very, very central to us. So we're also very much involved in the regional cooperation side. Central Asia is, of course, whether you look at the EU-Asia connectivity strategy or the Belt and Road Initiative or whichever initiative, Central Asia is pivotal to that. So our job is, I think, partnerships, bringing others in, and helping our member countries get the best value from their membership by bringing the best of knowledge. So it's finance and knowledge. And we have seen great progress. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Having heard all the present multilaterals except for IFC, I would like to turn the pages a bit and taking Robert's point, the need for collaboration. How, what could IFC, for instance, contribute towards making that collaboration more intense? And I would like to give it a specific notion also, and we will come back to that question maybe later on, is I think there is still a lack of projects that are ready to finance. We talk always about, is that project bankable? There are lots of ideas, concepts, but getting them to that stage. Jan, if you could kindly address that dimension in some words from an IFC perspective.
Yes, well, thank you very much, Carsten, for that question. Indeed, happy to do so. So IFC, we are part of the World Bank Group. So we are the private sector arm of the World Bank Group, a sister organization of the World Bank. The World Bank deals with the public sector, we deal with the private sector. That's our mandate. So exactly the point that you mentioned. I mean, if you look at basically the DFIs, we all come basically from a kind of a different angle, but ultimately all the same. Meaning that for the World Bank Group, it means to reduce and eliminate ultimately poverty. Others, of course, have a different mission, if you want, but ultimately it's all developing the countries, right? So if you take the bigger picture, the Sustainable Development Goals to be reached by 2030 require about $4 trillion to go into emerging markets. Well, that's unfortunately not going to happen, I think. And indeed, as Robert said, if you look at the MDBs and you look at the DFIs, then together, indeed, we do about 10% of that, max. And so therefore, much more money needs to go in. And where is that coming from? Now, these days, luckily, there is a lot of attention for impact, and there is a lot of attention for, indeed, investing into, indeed, emerging countries. You see the pension funds are getting interested, etc., etc. So the supply of the money is there. The problem is really the demand. So where does that money then go? So if you get, indeed, other parties interested to also invest in emerging markets, in what? And hence that we as World Bank Group and as IFC have developed a new strategy a few years ago, which we call creating markets. So that means work actively with governments, and then together with our colleagues at the World Bank, on sitting with each individual government in a country and say, what is actually moving the needle in your economy? Which sector is absolutely important here? And yes, there are countries who say, well, we think that we should develop the agricultural sector. And then we, based on studies, may say, well, you know what? We don't think that is the sector you should concentrate on. because we don't think you have a competitive edge as compared to others. But we think there are other sectors that you should concentrate on. So what we then do is, together with the government, and of course you need to have willing governments, identify what kind of reforms are needed to bring in the private sector. The benefit of that is multiple. Often the private sector provides better services than the public sector does. Plus, by bringing in the private sector and getting it financed by the private sector, it basically frees up fiscal space that the countries actually need. So it is really a win-win if you want. But it's not easily done. So you need to indeed identify per country what is actually needed. So just to give an example, in Uzbekistan, the World Bank has worked for years already with the government to make regulatory reforms in the banking sector. We as IFC have worked with individual state-owned banks to make them more commercial, to improve their corporate governance, and to enlarge their product range. And now you see, it was recently also in the press, that many of these banks would like to get privatized and get even foreign money in, not only from Uzbekistan itself. So I think this is a very good way to explain what we try to do. And I think this is really what we as World Bank Group believe, and that's why we also got a capital increase supported by the 185 member countries. We act globally as IFC, who fully buy into this strategy to create markets.
It's addressing one of the points that had been mentioned in the keynotes earlier this morning, the need to reform the banking sector in order to thereby also improve the allocation of capital in a more efficient way. So I think this is a work that also needs to be done by, less maybe by ECAs, but probably, all the multilateral development institutions are active in this field, and the domestic or national development banks are increasingly contributing to it as well. Let's stay with or come back to the theme of infrastructure for a moment. And I think one common theme also being addressed by all those being here on this panel is that there's a very strong agenda for contributing to the benefits of climate and thereby reducing CO2 emissions and coming to a carbon neutral kind of environment. So I think this is common for all of the institutions. So what I would like to try to get out, and I would like to start with you, Mr. Baum, on what is an ECA doing, not generally in the renewable sphere, but where do you see the developments going when we talk about the Caspian region? What is unique to Euler Hermes in that region on the climate side?
Yeah, that is a good question. There is actually nothing specific on the climate side in this region because we have got the mandate to further support renewable energy projects all over the world. So there is nothing I can particularly mention for that region. Maybe the first factor on that side, and maybe then others can take over again, because we are responsive institution, right? So a project needs to be there, an investor and sponsor needs to be there, driving a solar or a wind project, for example. And then second ingredient we need is a German contractor, a German supplier. And I shouldn't hide that this is a big differentiator from the ladies and gentlemen next to me, because we, of course, have a mandate focusing on German exports. And that is sometimes an advantage, because the German export industry is active in most of these countries, and some very active even. And on the back of this, we can definitely kind of unfold our how would I say, the power of the offer of an attractive financing. Coming back to wind, and this is a particularly strong sector for German manufacturers. We have a couple of OEMs. We have quite a strong also investor base, basically, for sponsorship. I would say that we would like to see much more. I can invite everyone considering a renewable project using German technology to consider the financing option via the ECA. And we do this not only in the classical corporate risk. We spoke in my first statement, I spoke about corporate risk and the assessment of companies with financial statements under international standards. But we are also doing, of course, project finance transactions, and we are very keen to do this in the wind energy. We have done, unfortunately not in that region, but globally we have done onshore and offshore wind farms, for example, in all kind of financial structures. So the invitation is there. Please take the opportunity to buy German products and use the financing options that the German government provides on the ECA.
Thank you, Mr. Baum. Let's dig into this a little bit deeper. You know, as the climate angle is increasingly on the energy sector, you know, towards hydrogen, you know, even considering ammoniac or other kind of production levels that ultimately could make use of the resources in the countries, but then transforming them in a more climate-friendly way in other products that then could easily be also exported. So, what is on the climate change agenda happening, Robert, again, on the ADB side? And I come to EIB afterwards.
Yeah, thanks, Carsten. I think, again, if you go to the region in winter, I mean, you'll see those, you know, that district heating. I mean, on a per capita basis, the emissions are pretty high in most of the colder former Soviet countries. But on a global basis, this is not a region which emits that much. I mean, there you're looking at, let's say, the EU, North America, China, India. I mean, Central Asia is not the place we should be looking at in terms of saying, you know, is not responsible for a huge amount of the emissions in the world. Nevertheless, they have made great investments in various things, in solar and wind and energy sparing, which is great. And we really encourage that. I think for us, the biggest challenge in Central Asia is actually adaptation. You know, this is a region which we're very often asked to help diversify the economy. You've got a lot of hydrocarbon-based economies, but, you know, Dutch disease, you know, they don't generate that much employment. So we're very focused on things like agribusiness, tourism. You have that great potential of China. China is a country whose food tastes have changed over the years. I remember our former president, Mr. Kuroda, one time I asked before he went to the Bank of Japan was, you know, what's the best investment? He said food. He said long-term food price rising and rising and rising. And that's being driven by countries like China, which the demands have changed. Anybody who's been to the region knows how good the food is, whether it's Kyrgyz peppers, you name it, or Tajik cherries, it's fantastic. But climate change is a mega threat because the precipitation patterns change. It doesn't rain, so people who have animals, herders, very badly affected. They lose everything, they move to the cities. Crops, how do you make sure these are climate resilient? So the biggest threat to this diversification in many countries is that, you know, there's not going to be water for the crops. Tourism, you want to go to Tajikistan for the gorgeous mountains and glaciers. What are they not there? You know, these are the this is the tragedy of climate change affecting the potential of the region very much. So our focus is on helping the mitigation for sure, but also the adaptation. And this is where the knowledge comes. And actually yesterday I had a very good meeting here with NABU, the German Nature Protection Association. And they have a very good cooperation program with Kyrgyzstan, for example. There's a lot of knowledge. How does one adapt? How does one get more resilient? Now, I'll conclude on one point. I remember to our office in Frankfurt, as our neighbors here, we had a visit from a bank. They might have come to visit you, a very major Southern European bank. And we talked about projects in Central Asia or across Asia. Great meeting. At the end, though, they said, our risk management department will only allow us to work in China and India. Everything else, no, you can't work there. So what we would like to see is this innovative type of investment. We also want to work smaller scale. We have a new program called ADB Ventures. Our typical project was between $100 and $300 million. So we want to go now towards a $500,000 to $5 billion level. Bring in innovation, bring in startups, a new range of customers, but it's risky. So again, this is why I'd like to mention this German program that we manage for BMZ, this Asia Pacific Climate Finance Fund, which actually will literally help reduce the risks of coming into a country where a lot of risk management departments will not let you go. Because we need that knowledge, we need people to take that risk. Adaptation is a tough one for us all, but I think for Central Asia, the impact of climate change is so potentially devastating. that I think we have that responsibility to follow up and use all the muscle that we have for the development banks to actually make that happen. Thanks.
Thank you, Robert. Can I just raise that question also of is EIB having some comments on how they would like to support the climate change agenda from their perspective? Is there any differentiation to what you have already heard?
No, I would definitely support what my colleague from ADB said. As the financing arm of the European Union, climate is really our top priority. And that's what we also want to expand in the region as we consider the development also of renewable energy. Getting away from fossil fuels is crucial. And if I may quote an example which we were very pleased to co-finance and develop together with our colleagues from EBRD and also Proparco, the French private sector financing arm, is a solar project in Uzbekistan, where we were able to get this project done with a 25-year power purchase agreement. And that is an angle which I would like to complement probably what is the value added that institutions like ours can bring to the table, apart of course from the funds, and probably to attract others because we provide comfort. So crowding in also the private sector is of course our knowledge and our advice in developing the right reforms, so supporting also governments to create the regulatory framework to make these projects happen, and then of course to showcase them as much as possible, so to attract others to do a similar projects. So I think that's a crucial role I think we would have anywhere in the world, but of course also in this region.
Thank you, Ms. Freimuth. Let's turn to the panelists online. Unless there's anything pertinent that you would like to also say from your perspective on the climate agenda side, Mr. Finger, what would you expect would be best practices that local companies would have to bring along in order to attract finance?
Well, I believe we touched upon a very crucial issue over the foreseeable future, which is environmental sustainability. So in our experience, when we talk to this typical entrepreneur in Central Asia, who is kind of this founder generation local entrepreneur who set up a business back in the 90s and has grown it to very significant size, we hardly kind of met that person who was saying, okay, I'm now going to change my mission entirely, basically to save the planet for the sake of it. No, I think they are, not in this direction, but they perfectly understand that in order to attract competitive finance going forward, long-term monies from international investors, they are very aware that this will come with being environmentally sustainable. So we probably can look at this like, okay, when like 20 years ago we explained them why an auditive IFRS report is important to attract international investors. Now basically the same thing applies on their path towards climate neutrality, managing carbon emissions. They understand this, and I think this is a big boost actually for DFI finance, because we have been advising them exactly on those issues for years already, and those who have worked with DFIs in the past, they are now pretty much ahead of the curve as compared to those who are just starting to look at this. And I believe that is a very big case for action for DFIs in those regions. And I believe that this increasing awareness of the international finance community for sustainability topics, the great supply of, let's call it green monies, also in capital markets, basically will result in those economies becoming greener, because entrepreneurs understand that this is basically a prerequisite to attract competitive international finance, including from DFIs.
Let me just dig a little bit deeper on this. You mentioned the long-term engagement with clients in order to prepare the basis of their financeability. What, in your view is needed in order to shorten those period of times? Because it's, we cannot afford to actually preparing each and every client individually. How can we speed up this transformation process, and so that we see more mature clients requiring funding? As we heard it earlier, there's plenty of funding available. On the other hand, there are many project ideas around, but they are not getting financed. So what can we do in order to somehow overcome this mismatch?
Well, I suppose it needs to be a mix of this kind of bottom-up approach that I was just describing. So, of course, there is this kind of grassroots movement where you have to look and deal with those things at the level of each individual company. But of course, there are probably lower hanging fruits with bigger impacts. For example, that we increasingly focus on sustainable energy, like wind energy, like solar energy. And we know that especially in Uzbekistan and in Kazakhstan, there are big pipelines of those projects, basically private sector supported, already going on and emerging. I believe, especially in the case for Kazakhstan, for example, infrastructure, as mentioned already on this panel, is a very big topic to work on, because obviously Kazakhstan is poised to become this transport hub between Asia and Europe. And there's lots of room to develop private sector engagement in that field of infrastructure. To give an example, I think that was announced just last week. There is this big upgrade of the Almaty airport. That is one of the biggest investments ever of private sector players. In this case, is the Turkish TAV into non-commodity related business. And that was financed by EBRD, by IFC, by us. Of course, with a view to deal with carbon emissions, to upgrade this operation environmentally friendly. So, of course, there are lower hanging fruits and bigger impact ones than dealing with companies on an individual level. However, we believe that getting this corporate sector on board is equally important when we think about long term.
Thank you, Mr. Finger. Ms. Hansen, you described earlier on the broad set of activities that EBRD is engaged in the Caspian region. Could you elaborate a little bit more in detail on what EBRD's efforts are in, greening cities, and what the Green City program is about, sustaining, the arguments that we were just discussing on climate in general?
Thank you very much. Yes, of course. As I mentioned, we work in 50 cities with so-called Green City Action Plans. This is a program that was launched by EBRD about 5 years ago, and it's been quite successful. What we do is we work with cities with a population of about 50,000 people. We help the city authorities to develop a plan, an immediate, a medium-term, and a longer-term plan to invest into greening the city in a variety of ways. And then we make this plan, which is adopted by the city council, which means that it becomes an official plan. And here we identify a number of measures that need to be done. Some of these investments we finance ourselves together with the city, but very often we also invite the private sector, the city itself, the state, other IFIs. So this is not an exclusive EBRD instrument. This is for everybody to contribute it and chip in. And as much as we can, we try to involve the private sector. It has really made a difference among these cities, and it has become an ambition among many regional centers to actually join this program, because there is a lot of interaction between different countries, different cities, and it became a bit of a cool concept, really. So while we started, actually the very first programs we did were in Caucasus. It was in Yerevan, Gyumri, and in Tbilisi. Now we're working with large cities like Cairo and Alexandria. So it really caters for everything from 50,000 to 20 million. And if anyone is interested in looking into co-financing with us and with cities under the Green Cities framework, we're more than happy to have a discussion on that.
Coming back to the IFC, And again, I'm insisting somehow on creating, or taking up your earlier point on creating markets, making projects bankable. But what can IFC do on top of attracting more financing and do it in a way that differs from all your peers?
Yeah, well, first of all, I think, and I think the audience probably also realizes, is that the DFI community, now represented by 6 institutions here, there's a lot of overlap, a lot of basically similarities in the way that we operate. And it is really not a surprise, because all of us, as I said earlier, and as we know, of course, focus on developing countries, be it perhaps from a different angle, but try indeed to identify what is really needed here. So the product range is often very much indeed the same. I think in our case, since we are part of the World Bank Group and we have that advantage linking to those 8,000 macroeconomists that are there, is that we can tap into that source. And so what I just indeed mentioned regarding these creating markets is that part of it is with the World Bank, part of it we do ourselves. We recruited another 300 staff over the past 18 months to focus really on this specifically. Yeah, I think there is a huge scope to work together, and that is happening amongst the DFIs. And so you see in smaller countries that, unfortunately, because of the lack of sufficient bankable transactions, there's competition amongst the DFIs. Competition is good, because actually we as IFC encourage that to take place in the marketplace as such. So if we get it ourselves as well, then that's also fine. And of course, the client ultimately benefits from that. But thinking about the different ways, is that the best use of public money and of public goods that we basically all, as DFIs and MDBs have. So I think there is scope for increased cooperation amongst the DFIs. You see that indeed there are initiatives. So as IFC, we have set up a DFI roundtable twice a year with all the CEOs of like 20 plus institutions to discuss these topics. You see more that rather than indeed financing individual projects, the bigger themes indeed are important. In that sense, I'm very pleased to see not only within the World Bank Group, but also indeed for the others, that the climate agenda is high on the table. Of course, COVID is high on the table, etc. I see also really a scope to talk the same language towards the governments, because it starts to a large extent with political will. And you see those countries, so Georgia is a case in point in this region, Uzbekistan is another one, I think Kazakhstan to some extent, is that where the government is really willing to make reforms, then it can go very, very fast. And then you see that then the private sector is willing to come in. Because if you invest as private sector, what you're looking for is, you want to have credibility and predictability. And you don't want to have basically that the wind blows from a different direction next year, and there you go with your investment in a country. So you want that the government is indeed putting their money where their mouth is, so to speak, by indeed making the required reforms. And I think the DFI community has a role to play to speak the same language to governments and to explain them why that is indeed important. So I think in climate, that's a very good example, because you really don't see differences, marginally, I think, in terms of go about with climate. And of course, climate goes beyond the energy sector. That's the first one. But it's basically transitioning basically all industry sectors to become more energy friendly, if you want. So that's one. So for instance, what we do as IFC as well is where you see an increase, and others do as well, is where you see an increase in the not only the green financing, but also the sustainability-linked financing. And this basically means that we finance corporates even in their developed countries, so let's say here in Germany, if you want, but then clearly for the purpose of having that investment go into emerging markets, and then have that as a sustainability-linked loan or bond. And you see that that is really taking off big time. So I think also corporates around the world, and not only in emerging markets, but even indeed in developing countries, and to the extent that they then support emerging markets. I mean, the net zero is a new buzzword, but that is just only the beginning, right? And I think that everybody tries to figure out, okay, how do you then implement? It's good to set the target 10, 20 years away, But what do you actually do to get there? And and I think as DFI community, there's also a role indeed to play. So as IFC, we indeed help these governments, these companies, not only with financing, but also with the advice and how to implement. And that's the advantage that we have, I think, that we have, as IFC, always been sustainable in the 66-year history. So the environmental and social performance standards were actually developed by the World Bank Group and by IFC. So I think, so those are areas where I think there is an opportunity for more cooperation amongst the DFIs, Caspian.
Just asking the organizers, is there any question from the audience? As we still have a few more minutes, in case should that not be the case, who doesn't know on whether we have any question? Yeah, Danny. If I may ask a last question to you, Ms. Freimuth, just coming back to the regulatory framework. Yeah, I think this is one of the sectors that are really crucial, not just to this region, but particularly also for those countries. What is EIB's edge on promoting regulatory reforms, picking up on the arguments that Jan was just mentioning?
Well, indeed, I mean, we put ourselves, as you know, as the EU financing arm in the Eastern Partnership, which is our, which resume our policy objectives for the region. And there, in particular, we are talking about one priority which we consider as of utmost importance is to create resilient, sustainable, and integrated economies. And in order to achieve that, of course, a regulatory framework to make investment happen, to make economic growth happen, and to make it sustainable and resilient is of course the basis. And in that sense, we work very closely, of course, with the European Commission in a policy-led approach, so that we see for each individual sector we are looking at what is currently there and what is needed to make, especially, for example, public-private partnerships happening, and which is still new in the area, and we of course we discuss very closely with the governments in that sense what is needed, probably also in terms of advisory services that we can add to the financing we bring to the country, and for that I mean that is not a DFI doing that on its own. We all do that really, I would say, in a concerted action. We work very closely together. If I can give you an example, I mean, more than 50% of our projects are co-financed with other DFIs. And of course, in preparing these projects and the framework for that, we share the various tasks we may have. So you may have one DFI looking really at developing that angle of a reform and another one the other. So it really needs all our hands and brains to make progress happen in the region, and that is what is fortunately happening better and better, and also to, let's say, what we always say, to reduce the hassle factor of working with DFIs, because of course we come with a lot of requirements in terms of reporting, in terms of criteria to respect, in terms of compliance and so on. But if we work in a concerted action together, then that is also made in a more efficient way, I would say.
Well, this is actually a very nice closing statement. So I wouldn't want to summarize the entire dialogue that we had. There's probably plenty of questions that not just me, but probably also many in the audience would like to see addressed. Hopefully we will continue that dialogue in a year from now and could also report on progress that having been made in that period of time by each of the institutions. So I would like to thank all the panelists very wholeheartedly for all their contributions, and also particularly to those who have been attending via the internet. But it also was very nice to have a lively conversation in person here in the forum. So thank you very much, and I wish you all well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning or good day, good afternoon, wherever you are. We continue after the break with a new session about the successfully invest in the Caspian region. And before we have the discussion with very prominent and professional participants, I would like to introduce to you the chairman of the board of the Alat Free Economic Zone Authority in Baku, Azerbaijan, Mr. Alasgarov. Mr. Alasgarov was member of the parliament for 15 years, and he was head of the state oil company of the Azerbaijan Republic, and has a very good knowledge of the region and his fields of professional life. And now in terms of heading the economic zone, he's also working with international investors in Azerbaijan. So, dear Mr. Alasgarov, it's a great pleasure to have you here today, and we are very interested to hear more from you about the investment opportunities in your country and in your free economic zone. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Dear participants and guests, first of all, I'd like to thank the organizers of this meeting for having me here today. With your permission, I'd like to share with you our vision for Alat Free Economic Zone, strategic intent in developing Alat Free Economic Zone, the type of investors it will attract, what kind of fiscal and non-fiscal incentives we will provide to our core clients, benefits that will flow from this for our clients, and of course for our people, our country. Our President's vision has set Azerbaijan firmly on the road towards a knowledge-based and internationally competitive economy. There, Azerbaijan will become a competitive participant in international economic relations, establish a world-class attractive business environment with modern energy, transportation, and logistical infrastructure, and become a diversified and export-oriented economy, creating high added value. And Alat Free Economic Zone will be a central player in transforming this vision into reality. To turn the concept of affairs into reality, we will focus on and meet the needs of investors by delivering a world-class place to do business with a strategic geographic location next to the port of Baku and global transport corridors. This strategic geographic location will serve as a regional investment hub and boost competitiveness in the west-east and north-south transport corridors. At the same time, we will create a sustainable regional advantage based on a regulatory, operating, and business environment that is investor-friendly. Most important of all is our investor-centric mindset and approach, and we will select and meet investors' needs in a way which will add value for businesses established in affairs and, of course, for the people and economy of Azerbaijan. This means that we will serve the needs of investors who will engage in high value-added and export-oriented manufacturing and international traded services using innovative technologies and approaches to work. To ensure that this vision is brought to reality, the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan has given full backing to the development of the Alat Free Economic Zone as a world-class investment location and key facilitator of future developments. And now it is time to explain why we are so confident that this project will be attractive for investors, why we are confident in the successful development of this project. Let me start with an explanation of legal basis of Alat Free Economic Zone project. The legal framework for the development, operation, and governance of Alat Free Economic Zone, based on the law of the Republic of Azerbaijan on the Alat Free Economic Zone, adopted by Parliament of Azerbaijan and signed by the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan as a prevailing law of the Republic of Azerbaijan, and internal regulations of Alat Free Economic Zone issued by the Alat Free Economic Zone Authority. The law of the Republic of Azerbaijan on the Alat Free Economic Zone declares that affairs legislation consists of the law on affairs and internal regulations of Alat Free Economic Zone and Alat Free Economic Zone legislation taking precedence over base economy legislation. To demonstrate precedence of Alat Free Economic Zone legislations and exclude possibility of any conflicts in the interpretation of the provisions of Alat Free Economic Zone legislation and base economy legislation, relevant amendments were made in more than 80 base economy laws, and this process is continuing. In particular, relevant amendments were made and adopted by our parliament in tax, customs, licensing, labor, dispute resolution, and other, as I said before, more than 80 laws of the Republic of Azerbaijan. And these amendments clearly acknowledge that Alat Free Economic Zone legislation takes precedence over those laws. In addition to that, affairs law clearly declares that base economy authorities shall not have any jurisdiction in Alat Free Economic Zone and shall not have any power to regulate or oversee the activities of Alat Free Economic Zone Authority or Alat Free Economic Zone legal entities. It means businesses established by our investors. As I said before, internal regulations developed and approved by Alat Free Economic Zone Authority are integral part of Alat Free Economic Zone legislation. And main purpose of these integral regulations is to create best possible business environment for our investors. A list of these internal regulations is presented on the slide shown on the screen. No. Yes, as you see, regulations, company regulations, licensing regulations, real property regulations, intellectual property regulation, and other regulations which issued by us, adopted by us, and in case of conflict between our regulations in main economy laws, our regulations will prevail. In addition to that, we will provide to our investors and to businesses established by them in FS a package of fiscal and non-fiscal incentives, including exemption from value-added tax, withholding tax, and any other corporate taxes. Exemption from custom duties and taxes on import to the free zone and export from the ALAT-free economic zone. No personal income tax for local personnel if the monthly salary does not exceed 8,000 manat, at approximately $4,700. No social security payments and no other similar taxes and payments for foreign skilled personnel. No restrictions on foreign ownership. No requirement for a local partner. No restrictions on currency transactions or profit repatriation. Investors' property is immune from any nationalization, expropriation measures, or any other restrictions on private ownership. Full protection of intellectual property rights, assistance in finding local skilled personnel, on-site, one-stop shop businesses, business appraisal, licensing, permitting, etc. Independent regulatory body, and other incentives. And these incentives will also be available to support the subsequent expansion and growth of our clients' businesses into the future. Sorry. In addition to business-friendly legislation, fiscal and non-fiscal incentives, we will provide to our clients industrial land plots with ready-to-use off-site and on-site infrastructure and utilities. Based on approved by ALAT-free Economic Zone Authority master plan, ALAT-free Economic Zone initially will occupy a total site area of approximately 850 hectares, located next to the seaport of Baku and global transport corridors. But government reserved more than 7,000 hectares for future expansion of the ALAT-free economic zone. I am sure that it will be very attractive for our potential clients that in accordance with the law of Republic of Azerbaijan on the ALAT-free economic zone, the government granted the free zone authority an irrevocable, unfettered, and perpetual right of use over the free zone land, and only free zone authority is entitled to use, lease, or otherwise dispose of the free zone land. The development strategy being implemented by the AFES authority is to build out AFES infrastructure and facilities in phases. The first phase of the development of off-site infrastructure and utilities finished in March 2021, and in April 2021, we started the development of infrastructure and utilities of initial 60 hectares area. And in July 2021, we started construction of ALAT-free economic zone business center building. The physical development program is on schedule, and we are planning to finish development of on-site infrastructure of phase 1 and open it for business in July 2022. When completed, this first phase of infrastructure development will include 60-hectare territory with ready-to-use off-site and on-site infrastructure and utilities, the customs plaza and main entrance to ALAT-free economic zone, and a first authority building in which the following will be placed. One-stop shop business center responsible for issuing licenses, permits, visas, certificates, without any base economy authorities or agencies involvement, offices for our clients to lease, offices for custom officers who will serve our custom plaza, and ready-to-use industrial land plots for our clients to lease, and utility services center. And after the completion of construction works on phase 1, 60 hectares area, we will start construction works on 84 hectares of phase 2 development area, and this process will continue in the following years. Despite the problems arising from COVID-19 restrictions, we established very productive contacts with potential investors from different countries, and the list of potential investors is expanding every week. And as a result of these contacts, I can say with confidence that in the third quarter of next year, some of them will begin the physical implementation of their projects in the Alat-free economic zone.
Mr. Alaskarov, I have been pushed by the organizers that your time is running out.
I am finished in 1 minute. Is it possible to give me 1 minute?
Yes, of course. Please take some time.
Finally, we have 2 goals, and both of them are crucial. First, we will create the best possible business environment for Alat-free economic zone clients so that they have all they need to successfully establish and develop their businesses in Alat-free economic zone. And at the same time, we will support expansion and growth of businesses of our clients into the future. Secondly, we want to demonstrate to the people of Azerbaijan what the transition to an international, competitive, and knowledge-based economy means in practice, to support and assist our entrepreneurs, our business entities to learn and practice a new business culture, new technologies, generate innovative enterprises to create real value for the economy and the people of Azerbaijan. Thank you very much, and all information related to the Alat-free economic zone project and my speech are available at AFES virtual booth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Mr. Alaskarov. I hope you don't mind that I interrupted you.
Okay.
But I think we have now a very good impression and some interesting new facts about the opportunities of investment in your country and your free economic zone. Thank you very much. So now we come to the panel discussion. We have very prominent guests here with great knowledge of the region, of their countries, but also of foreign direct investments. And this is what our panel is about. Before we come to the panelists, I would like to say that we have in this Caspian Sea Forum not just the 5 border countries to the Caspian Sea, but also countries related to the greater region of the Caspian Sea, as we have here Georgia and Uzbekistan represented in this panel. So I start in the order of appearance in the program with the panelists, and I give to every participant initially 5 minutes for an introduction speech with an impulse, and then after the panelists took their 5 minutes and presented themselves and gave their impulse, we start with 1-2 rounds. We will see how much time we have left, where I give some questions and we start the discussion. So I'm very happy to welcome here Mr. Elmuratov from Uzbekistan. He is Deputy Director of the Investments Promotion Agency under the Ministry of Investments and Foreign Trade of the Republic of Uzbekistan. He held this position since 2019. And before, he has an experience of more than 20 years in management and in different investment project. Also internationally with the World Bank and with the World Council of Credit Unions and other international players. Dear Mr. Morato, yours is yours.
Reinhold, thank you very much. Dear participants of our today's meeting, it's my great pleasure to be here with you and to have a chance to discuss very interesting topics. And also, it's thank you very much to Mr. Alasgarov for his interesting speech and information about the free economics zone in Azerbaijan. And here I'd like to share with you very briefly about the free economic zones in Uzbekistan, maybe, first of all. In our country, there are 23 free economics zones around the whole territory of our country. And we have also almost the similar incentives as was informed by Mr. Alasgarov. Maybe besides only one of couple of incentives, and maybe later we will can discuss it. And about our agency, UZ-IPA, it's an investment promotion agency, as was said. It was established 2 years ago under the Minister of Investment and Foreign Trade, and we are responsible for attracting and support foreign investors on the territory of Uzbekistan. And at that time, 2 years ago, a new website as a platform. It's invest.gov.uz, where we put for nowadays we put more than 1,000 investment proposals for the amount of for more than $10 billion with the detailed information for each investment proposal, where potential investors can review all the information about this investment proposal. And if need, we can provide more detailed information, including the finding local partners also. And of course, as was said, that Uzbekistan is not maybe not Caspian region country, but I consider as we also involved as good neighbor of these countries, and we should be involved for discussing such a very important topics where we can discuss the possibility of cooperation of these Caspian region countries. And only 2 days ago, it was a summit between our president and president of Turkmenistan, where was discussed as one of these topics to establish the cooperation with using Caspian Turkmenbashi seaport also. Why? Because it's very important for Uzbekistan, where we are the only two of countries in the world who is double locked countries. We have no sea transport corridors. Not only we, but our neighbors also. They do not have a sea transport to the world markets. So in that case, it's very important to be involved to discussion for the cooperation for the establishment of transport corridors, which include the sea corridors also. So it's a very. I think that it will be very interesting for next our discussions how to create the new collaboration and cooperation and how to improve our existing cooperations. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This is good news because it is for instance, for the German companies, it's very important to have some understanding that the countries in your region are cooperating well, and Uzbekistan is playing a very productive role in such cooperations on the border with Kazakhstan and with Turkmenistan, as you have mentioned before. And as I understand, your government has the strategy to cooperate with Turkmenistan in order to have access to the Caspian Sea ports also, and cooperation. Now we come to another country that has no Caspian Sea coast, but plays a very important role in the region. We are talking about His Excellency Dr. Ergi Hokashvili. And before I give you the floor, I would like to say that Georgia, even if it has not Caspian coastline, plays a very important role in this region because of its great geostrategic position. And Georgia is a kind of hub with a great consumer market and free trade agreements with the CIS countries as well as Turkey, Europe, and also with China. And it's very well performing in the ease of doing business reports of the World Bank, and has very important projects like the new deep sea port at Boti and the new Silk Road project with China. And this all makes Georgia a very important player in the region. Now I would like to introduce to you Dr. Hokashvili, who is, for the German participants, just to know, very important for the German-Georgian relations. He knows Germany very much. He studied at the University of Potsdam, and he has been ambassador to Germany recently, and he was also minister in his country in Georgia in several ministries, and many more facts about you. But I think I should stop and you should start to talk. The floor is yours. Very welcome.
So, thank you for having me. Let me share with you other perspective from our region. First of all, the development of the last decade drastically changed the strategic environment in the Black Sea Caspian region. On the one hand, there are growing political security and economic interest for multiple actors in the Black Sea region. And on the other hand, as a result of post-conflict settlement between Azerbaijan and Armenia, I mean, in the new geopolitical reality, we are moving towards a new status quo in the region with different actors facing different challenges as well as new opportunities. There's a relatively well-developed infrastructure connecting countries to their main ports, but there's also a lack of connections between different regions and countries that could optimize trade and transit opportunities. So the missing elements include linkages between the eastern and western shores of Black Sea, as well as between the Caspian and Black Sea. The largest Black Sea ports play an important role in linking Black Sea traffic to European countries, as well as linking the Black Sea and Caspian basin to facilitate trade, transport, and connectivity. So they can handle the increasing traffic between the Central Asia region and Europe. However, several studies show that the main objectives in this context in the future will be firstly to improve maritime and digital connectivity between Georgian ports and ports in Ukraine, Romania, and Bulgaria. Secondly, to improve land infrastructure links between Caspian ports in Azerbaijan and Georgian ports on the Black Sea. And thirdly, to improve Trans-Caspian maritime and digital connectivity. The implementation of these objectives will create much more favorable conditions for the success of Black Sea connectivity to the Caspian region via South Caucasus and to markets of significant size. Second point I'd like to touch is that Georgia, as an important transit country, has a common interest with the European Union in improving the connectivity of the Black Sea to the Caspian region and promoting regional economic development. The scale of utilization of port capacity is determined by the size of the local and transit markets serviced by the ports. But the problem is that most ports on the Black Sea operate below its capacity. On the Eastern Black Sea, Georgian ports have depth restrictions and cannot take vessels of more than about 3,000 TEU. The total transshipment of all Georgian ports, both inbound and outgoing, was approximately 17 million tons in 2020, half of which was oil and oil products. Georgia's own export and import needs via ports don't exceed 4 to 5 million tons. So a great majority of the cargoes serviced by Georgian ports are transit cargoes. As you mentioned, Georgia planned development of the Anaklia deep sea port, but prospects of this port are still not clear due to disagreement between the Georgian government and Anaklia Development Consortium. An important aspect in the development of Black Sea port infrastructure is the availability of goods and the size of the market served by the port. So the first step to increase cargo flow is to attract larger volumes of Asian cargoes via the South Caucasus transportation corridor. Third point I'd like to mention is the 3C initiative, which aims to promote cooperation in development of energy and transport infrastructure for EU member states around and between the Baltic, Adriatic, and Black Sea. Unfortunately, this initiative currently covers only EU member states and leaves out several countries in the Black Sea region with similar connectivity problems. For example, Georgia and Ukraine in particular should be considered due to their association agreement with the EU. But more importantly, the 3C initiative should be more proactive in addressing the Black Sea Caspian Sea connectivity, as this represents a significant potential for expanding both resources and the market for the countries involved in the initiative. And finally, to come to my last point, the countries of Black Sea Caspian region must realize that the opportunities for the region will be lost if the cost of coordination is too high, and they need to step up their efforts to improve connectivity to maximize trade and business opportunities for all parties. However, more investment is needed for infrastructure development and harmonization of customs and border crossing procedures to increase the competitiveness of the entire transit and transport system. But it's a fact that the current volume of non-energy trade and transit between Central Asia and Europe via the South Caucasus is not large enough to generate significant political security or economic interest. So I will stop here and will be glad to answer your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a very so you are an expert in bringing the micro and the macro perspective together, and I think we will probably come back later to certain of these topics. Although we do not have probably the time to discuss it all, but the level playing field we are talking about is always connected between some global powers and regional neighbors, and also conflicts, and we have to deal with it. And there are some good perspectives for bringing countries together, and especially on economic terms. But there are also some threats that can be discussed a bit later on. I would like to introduce to you now Mr. Maaßen. He is located in Hamburg, PricewaterhouseCoopers, PwC, and for decades he's working with industrial and trading companies. He is an expert in public-private partnerships in Germany and also internationally. And for many years, he is working with the region, and he's a member of the management team at PwC in Hamburg. So, Mr. Maaßen, we are happy to have you here and looking forward to your inputs.
Thank you very much, and good morning or good afternoon also from my side, ladies and gentlemen. Well, first of all, I would like to point out that PwC is acting on behalf of the German government to handle application and administer guarantees in connection with the investment guarantee scheme of the German government. And I'm working in the team in Hamburg where we focus on that topic. So I would like to talk about this theme today and what the benefits of it are. So during this conference, we have already heard a lot about really interesting investment opportunities in the Caspian region, and nevertheless, financial institutions also rely on a potential risk analysis, and political risks are of rising importance in this context. Investment guarantees of Germany offer coverage against these unpredictable political risks, and therefore add value to risk management and finance of German investments abroad. Such a, let's say, AAA guarantee of Germany might be the final step, door opener, so to say. You need to convince your financial partners to invest in this challenging region. So political risks were already on the rise globally before COVID, and we shall see what influence this COVID crisis will finally have on the worldwide risk map. Currently, it's already a fact that globally all investment insurers identified a stronger demand for cover and also expect higher claims in future out of this risk situation. German investment guarantees are already available since 1960, and nowadays almost all OECD countries and many other countries as well offer their companies such an investment cover against political risks. And by the end of June 2021, a guarantee volume of approximately 28.3 billion euro for projects in 59 countries worldwide was on cover. And this included also all countries of the greater Caspian region, as mentioned here before in the conference. Well, political risks are far more abstract than other risks. To my experience, many people think at first about war or armed conflicts or conversion of transfer risks in combination with the overall situation in the country when talking about these kind of risks. Well, these risks are, of course, included in such an investment guarantee. But in fact, in daily business, we often deal with other risks, such as nationalizations, or even more likely, expropriation like acts. Well, I am not a lawyer, but if you are a lawyer, you will be very happy to hear about this topic because it's a very wild field. And common examples are severe problems with public authorities in connection with the scope of a business license or with tax refunds that could threaten the bare existence of your project abroad. And additionally, an investment guarantee could also include breach of contract risks, which is very important if you think about take-or-pay regulations in a power purchase agreement of an energy project or an infrastructure project. The subject of the guarantee is primarily the capital invested in cash or in kind, and additionally, earnings due can also be included in the guarantee, such as dividends or interests or things like that. And the duration of the guarantee is generally 15 years, so a very long-term security. And any kind of German direct investments may be covered. Well, in fact, we mostly deal with equity participations or investment-like loans of German companies or banks. Of course, there are also several preconditions for an investment guarantee. First of all, the planned investment project has to be entrepreneurial and economically viable on a long-term basis. That's our task as PwC to have a check on that, of course. And it must be eligible for cover. So it must have positive effects on the host country as well as on Germany, and the legal impact of environmental, social, and human rights regulations on the project is, of course, also of high importance. Last but not least, we're talking about sufficient legal protection. So this is generally ensured through a very large number of bilateral investment protection treaties of Germany. And investment guarantees for all countries in the Caspian region are on cover at the moment based on such bilateral investment treaties. The strongest demand is for German investment in Russia, but in all other countries in the region, the German government has provided guarantees. And if you think about the key benefits of this investment guarantee scheme, I would like to point out three very important messages. First of all, as I said before, an investment guarantee offers a really long-term protection against political risks, and that is for banks and financial institutions of great importance. And you can really add this point into your financing discussions, and it could have a positive effect on the costs and the conditions as well. And the last point, and this is the most important point, is the topic of loss prevention, meaning that the German government does not wait till let's say, political risks have occurred finally, but it intervenes and mediates inter alia through its diplomatic representations, or it will also contribute where applicable towards the costs of the prevention of losses. And especially this loss prevention function is really seen as the key benefit of an investment guarantee from the perspective of the policy holders. And the German government was very successful in finding suitable solutions in many potential threatening situations of German companies abroad, so that the projects could be finally rescued. So I would just say, do not hesitate to contact me in case you have any further questions or would like to discuss the structure of your project with me. I'm sure we will find a suitable, tailor-made solution for your project abroad. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marcel, for explaining to us the kind of the terms of use for having government insurance guarantees and the risk management and risk analysis of several regions. Now we come to the last, not the last but not least, I would say, to Mr. Pertaya from the Georgian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He is the president of the chamber in Georgia, and he is present now in Berlin. So we are happy to have you here physically, and you're very, very welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for introduction. I'm the president of Georgian Chamber of Commerce, but before I was, for 5 years, I worked as a head of investment agency. The main function was attraction of foreign direct investments into my country. I just want to share with you what are the challenges in this job and regarding the whole Caspian region, not only Georgia. So today was discussed and presented quite interesting statistics about the FDI flowing in our region. There is the trend that the FDI is reducing. There are the countries, for example, for Georgia, FDI is one of the most important source of financing current account deficit, with tourism, of course, and with the export, but FDI is one of the most important. So the main goal of the government to attract as much as possible FDI in our country, and of course, it's not only going outside and talking to the investors, but also it's preparing Georgia as a good product for investors. We are talking about the business climate here. Legislations, regulations, food safety regulations, rule of law, corruption, these are the main fundamentals for all countries in our region and the main challenges that we have in regarding the attraction of FDIs and investments. When as I said, as a head of the investment agency, I traveled a lot. Actually, I met a lot of investors, potential investors, and I can name mostly asked questions by that investors and biggest challenges actually that we have in our region. The first, the countries, the people who've been in Georgia, of course, they know about Georgia, they don't have this question. But the people who never been there, actually, they are under influence of stereotypes. So when we go outside of the country and speak about Georgia, Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan, they all think that this is post-Soviet country. That means corruption is high, bureaucracy is high, some gray colors, and etc. So we decided just 15 years ago that we, as a small country, should be as noisy as possible and give the message to the potential investors that we have one of the lowest corruption level, actually, and we have the lowest bureaucracy. We have very simple customs procedures. And it's not only government of Georgia saying that. This is proved by the international organizations like IMF, IFC, World Bank Group, the Transparency International, Forbes survey, and etc. So the people who come to Georgia, that's the different thing. I mean, they already think about investment. They think about the region. First of all, it's a small country. The population is 3.7 million. So usually people who invest in Georgia, they are not considering only local markets. They also consider Azerbaijan, Armenia, Central Asian countries. For Uzbekistan, it's a little bit different because their internal market is quite big. And a lot of people who go there for investment, they think about the for local market, maybe a little bit Tajikistan, a little bit other neighbor countries as well. But in Georgia, definitely, per definition, it's a region. It's not only Georgia, because it doesn't make sense to invest only for Georgia market. I mean, there are investors, for example, in Georgia who invested in Georgia and exporting to Russia in one of the biggest market. In terms of the challenges, one of the big challenge also is the labor flexibility. I think that if you listen to most of the governments of the region in their pre-election campaign or after that, they all want and they are doing investments in the education, but the fact is that there is a lack of the hands actually in the region. And if you look at the priorities of the investors when they come to Georgia or in the region, most of the people think that the taxes are important, but actually in that priority list, taxes are number 4, number 5. First is usually the political stability, economic stability, then comes the labor, then comes number 3 is the labor, and then comes the taxes and the low tax rate. So labor is most important. Vet education, vocational education is very important. And unfortunately, we have this problem in Georgia, and this problem exists in other countries as well. Like, for example, when BP came to Georgia in the early 2000s, they couldn't find certified very good welder. Who would work on the pipeline coming from the Azerbaijan. So that is the reality. So I think that the labor is most important. Investors can risk, and they want to risk if they see the pool of talents in the region. And brain drain is quite high as well from the region. You can see a lot of successful, actually, IT people in Western companies, in Google and Facebook. But unfortunately, they don't stay in Georgia, and it's absolutely normal that happens. So when that happens, we should take care and think about attracting other talented people from other countries. Finally, even though there is a quite big lack of the professionals in the country, there is still some interesting trends going on in our region. For example, the companies from Germany, from other Western countries, they like to outsource their services to Georgia. We are talking about the business process outsourcing, BPOs. And now we have, for example, 4 to 5 companies in Georgia who hires on average 3,000 people, and for Georgian scale is quite a big number. Those people in English, in German, they are serving the clients outside of the country by phone, by internet, etc. And it's not hotline that we used to see in Mumbai and in other places. It's a real financial services, and we think that it will go up. For our region, I think this is the best investment. Some people think that the best investment is building the hotel, building the pipeline. These are all good. But the best investment is in a country which brings a lot of knowledge and is oriented on export, especially on the service export. And as you know, Georgia has a free trade agreement with the European Union, and that relates not only to the products but also to services. So there are a lot of companies in western area of the Europe which they are not ready. They want to outsource their services, but they are not ready and not willing to outsource it to China or India because of timing difference, because of cultural difference, because of a lot of other problems. So Georgia and the region can be quite interesting place for the BPOs. Anyways, the BPOs, especially research and development BPOs, are moving from Czech Republic, from Poland to eastern side, to the Bulgaria, Romania, and I'm sure because of the quite high level of the salaries, it will move to our region as well. So this is general. I can talk about the Georgia quite a long time, so I'll stop right here. And if you have any question, I'm going to be here. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patea. We are already coming to an end. We have 10 minutes left, so I give you 4 questions for each speaker, 1 question, and I kindly ask you to stick to 2 minutes for answering. Dear Mr. Muratov, I would like to start in order of appearance again. What do you think how joint efforts among the Caspian Sea countries could be improved to attract investments?
Thank you. Thank you for your question. Let me very briefly inform what reforms Uzbekistan made during the last 5 years. It's well known and very widely discussed by the big foreign investors that 5 years ago, after the election of our president, His Excellency Mr. Mirziyoyev, he launched a very wide-scale reforms in political and economic reforms. And for now, it's we can say that we can reach a lot of results of these reforms. Before that, 5 years ago, it was no free exchange. First of all, free currency exchange. First stage, it was resolved this problem, and after that, it was created very important aspects of FDI attracting. It's establishing a legal basis. It's security and government guarantees for the foreign investors. And after that, it was simplified all the legal basis, and instead of more than 100 legal acts, it was adopted only one law on investment and investment activities, where we regulated all the investment issues and guarantees for the.
Sorry, I have to interrupt you because the other colleagues need some.
Of course, just one more minute. And besides of this, I should inform that despite of COVID last year, it was economic growth of Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan was in green zone. It was 1.6% of economic development. And we have, of course, we increased the FDI attractions also from the 4.2 billion to 6.7 billion US dollars. I think that it would be useful for our neighbors also. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry for the interruption again. So, Dr. Hokoshvili, in a nutshell, what are the key challenges for Georgia to fully utilize its transit potential between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea?
Georgia's transit potential is closely linked to the needs of other countries. Currently, the two main beneficiaries of Georgian ports are Azerbaijan and Armenia. Both countries use Georgian ports for their export and import needs. However, the full utilization of the transit potential of Georgia and its main transit partner, Azerbaijan, is constrained by several factors. So, firstly, although trade between the countries of Central Asia and South Caucasus is increasing, volumes are still limited, and stakeholders often use competing transit routes via Russia. For example, the Volga-Don Canal is the competitive transport route between the Caspian and Black Seas in this summer month, despite its low water depth. Secondly, one missing element in the Black Sea connectivity is ferry traffic between Georgian ports and the ports of Ukraine, Romania, and Bulgaria. Going forward, this element of infrastructure should be part of the transportation system, facilitating trade between Black Sea countries. Also, the transit infrastructure connecting the eastern and the western shores of the Caspian Seas and then Black Sea ports of Georgia is reaching its limits. And finally, despite many efforts, there is a lack of harmonization of custom duties and tariffs. I mean, the soft infrastructure elements that are crucial for the competitiveness of the South Caucasus transport corridor. Individually, efforts by some countries to improve custom procedures or border crossings cannot improve the overall picture and the transport. It means without competitive trade conditions via Black Sea, Caspian corridor, the growth potential will not be fully realized. All these factors mean that cargo flows from Caspian Sea to Black Sea ports of Georgia needs more efforts taken by the country.
Thank you for this very brief insight. Mr. Martin, I have one question How do SMEs benefit from the investment guarantees, and do they have the same easy access as bigger companies?
Yes, thank you. They do have the same easy access, and there is for an investment guarantee there it's possible to get it for any size of investment. So, for example, in 2020, there were guarantees in the range from some 17,000 euro to 130 million euro. So it is possible to get such a guarantee also for a small and medium-sized company. And I can say their number is rising. We can see that. So the globalization of small and medium-sized companies is also seen in our figures. It's about 1/3 of the guarantee portfolio that is focused on small and medium-sized companies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being brief. This gives the opportunity to our speaker who is present in Berlin today, and we very much appreciate that. Mr. Patea, to kind of also sum up the discussion, how do you see the potential development for the Caspian region in the future, given what we have discussed before?
Thank you very much for an interesting question. I think that it will be easier for me to answer that question if we put it in a way that how I want to see the Caspian region. I think that first of all, I think that the number one problem is still political situation. The region is quite hot, and investors, donors, the banks, they feel it, and that's why we have when PwC or other Big Four or other companies assess the risk of the investments for the private projects, the risks are quite high. Consequently, the money which comes to our region costs quite high, and at the end of the day, the projects are quite expensive. So I think that this is number one, the political stability in the region, more connection to one another, to the countries, because all of the countries, they usually go more to other countries like Turkey, for example, like Europe, than to one another, and this is very, and this goes to the investors as well. The neighbors, for example, we and Azerbaijan, we have a great neighborhood. We have a lot of Azerbaijani investors in Georgia, but as we feel, it's not the same, for example, in Central Asia, some of the Central Asian countries, and I think that when we look at when we talk about the investments in the future, we should ask ourselves how we see this region after 10 years, 15 years. And I think that it would be great if the governments would invest a lot in education, first of all, and consequently the region can be a very good hub for the different kind of BPOs and the highest level of the BPOs as research and development. Of course, manufacturing will be there, tourism will be there, but from Georgia is quite, in 2019, the tourism in Georgia was booming. We had 9 million tourists in the country where the size in terms of population is 3.7 million. So the same happens in Azerbaijan, same goes to Uzbekistan, by tourism is booming there too. So I think that these are the main, I don't see this region as a great manufacturer region of some massive products, because we are still neighboring the China, there is the India, the huge countries, and we know that in the future world will become smaller because of fast logistics, because of different other possibilities, and I don't think that we can compete with them, but we definitely, with our knowledge, with investment in education, we can be smarter than others, and we can export our services.
Thank you very much, and thank you, dear panelists. Our time is up, and I would like to thank you all. And I think that it was not by chance that we have connected here representatives of the three of the leading countries in the region who are performing very, very well, from Georgia, Uzbekistan, and Azerbaijan. And so thank you very much again for your insights. We have highlighted many different topics. We did not come to an end with the discussion. It rather sounds like a start of the discussion. But I think the auditory here, who is also knowing the region, grabbed some very interesting aspects and points for further discussion with you. And I think we are all, and you are available for further questions. People can contact you, can get your contacts from the organizers or in the internet, or they already know how to approach you. And we very much hope for productive business, for direct investments in your countries. And now we wish the organizers and the participants a very good further second day of the Caspian Sea Forum. Thank you very much to everybody.
Thank you.
Guten Tag, sehr verehrte Damen und Herren in Deutschland, and welcome everybody from wherever you are around the world. You are joining the session of the second Caspian Europe Forum, which will address the question of what is the vision of the Central Asia Regional Economic Cooperation Forum, particularly in the Caspian Europe region. We will today explore the role of the CAREC program in connecting East and West across the Eurasian supercontinent by promoting cooperation for economic recovery and resilience. This is a very timely topic, as you might imagine, because we see in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic very serious delays and blockages in global and regional and national supply chains around the world. And so the question, among others, that we'll be addressing today is how the COVID situation has affected also the countries of CAREC. My name, ladies and gentlemen, is Johannes Lin, and I'm pleased to serve as your moderator today. I'm a non-resident fellow at the Brookings Institution, a think tank in Washington, D.C., and I've worked for many years in and around Central Asia, and I'm very happy to be with you today and with our outstanding panel of experts and officials. Now, it's my great pleasure to introduce Mr. Yevgeny Zhukov, who is the Director General of the Central and West Asia Department, Asian Development Bank. He will set the stage by explaining the background and the role of CAREC. He is with us in a recorded statement, so if we could please now play the statement. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon from Manila. On behalf of the ADB, it is my privilege to welcome you all to the Central Asia Regional Economic Cooperation Program session during the second Caspian Europe Forum. I would like to first thank the organizers for this opportunity to present the CAREC program and to further explore opportunities for strengthening regional cooperation among the CAREC countries within the region and with European partners. I would also like to especially welcome and thank distinguished panelists and moderators who have taken time out of their busy schedules to join today and enlighten us and the audience with their thoughts on regional cooperation in the current situation while looking forward towards a joint future. The ADB Charter mandates to promote regional cooperation and integration in Asia and Pacific region. Over the years, ADB has supported a series of sub-regional economic cooperation programs to bring neighboring countries together to design and implement projects and policies that enhance connectivity, promote trade, and create new business and employment opportunities. Since its inception in 2001, the Central Asia Regional Economic Cooperation Program, CAREC in short, has been actively working with its 11 member countries and development partners to support the region in seeking greater prosperity and resilience through cooperation. By the end of 2020, CAREC-related investments amount to around $39 billion, covering 209 projects that have helped establish multimodal transportation networks, increased energy trade and security, broken down trade barriers, facilitated free movement of people and freight, and laid the groundwork for the development of economic corridors. Such regional initiatives have helped strengthen connectivity and economic ties between CAREC countries and European markets. And the EU is now one of the Central Asia's main trading partners, accounting for about 1/3 of the regional external trade. ADB has been pleased to intensify support the CAREC program by hosting its secretariat in its headquarters in Manila. In addition, the CAREC Institute in Urumqi, China, has now for over 5 years contributed with research, capacity building and development services on regional cooperation by working closely with and supporting academic partners and think tanks in the region and beyond. A major milestone was achieved in October 2017, when the CAREC 2030 strategy was endorsed at the 16th CAREC Ministerial Conference. The new strategy aims to enhance CAREC's role as the regional cooperational platform to connect people, policies, and projects for shared and sustainable development. It pursues a broader agenda than in the past in support of the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement climate agenda. Besides deepening operations in earlier areas of focus, such as trade, energy, and transport, CAREC now expanded its scope to include new areas of cooperation, such as economic and financial stability, agriculture and water, tourism development, cross-border education, and health services. In supporting regional cooperation in these areas, the program strives to evolve close collaboration, build synergy, and increase engagement with development partners, other regional initiatives, and private sector stakeholders in the region and beyond. CAREC countries have been hit hard by the COVID-19 pandemic and continue enduring large health, social, and economic costs. Business as usual has been disrupted, and global and regional links have been unfavorably affected, with suspension of travel and closure of borders. This crisis, however, provides opportunities for CAREC countries to improve coordination, to address the challenges of the ongoing pandemic, and ensure that economic damage is not magnified by a prolonged breakdown in cross-border connectivity within the region, with Europe, and with the rest of the world. Recent developments, such as the growth of Euro-Asian transport corridors, with CAREC region in the center, the adoption of the new EU strategy on Central Asia in 2019, which seeks to further intensify EU-Central Asia partnerships for regional cooperation, and the stronger pace of digitalization further add to this momentum. As the global economic landscape continues to evolve, the CAREC region can recover and prosper by continuing reforms to help hard-hit sectors such as tourism, trade, and transportation logistics to bounce back and build back better. Coordinated border measures and regional surveillance can help minimize transboundary health risks along the CAREC corridors. Innovation and the use of digital technologies can help restore economic activities through e-commerce and support access to finance for small businesses. In all this, closer partnership with development partners, private sector, academia, and regional international cooperation platforms is crucial. Today, we hope to generate a fruitful dialogue on the challenges and opportunities for strengthened cooperation in CAREC region and how countries can work together to reverse the disruptions in transport, trade, and tourism caused by COVID-19 pandemic and promote greater integration into regional and global value chains. We also hope to identify concrete opportunities on how CAREC can strengthen its links with European countries and best act as a catalyst for fostering private investment and business-to-business contacts for greater engagement with private sector stakeholders, think tanks, and civil society. I strongly believe that all of us can work together to unleash the potential of regional cooperation and help our countries to proceed on an accelerated and inclusive path towards economic growth and sustainable development. Thank you.
So let's thank very much Mr. Zhukov. I should have mentioned by way of introduction that Mr. Zhukov is a national of Kazakhstan. He joined ADB in 1995 and was appointed to his current position as Director General of the Central West Asia Region Department, effective January of this year, 2021. Mr. Zhukov, in his opening statement, referred to the 11 countries of the CAREC program. Maybe I should briefly list the countries for those of you who are not familiar with CAREC. It includes Afghanistan, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyz Republic, Mongolia, Pakistan, the People's Republic of China, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan. These are the 11 countries of the Central Asia Regional Economic Cooperation Forum. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you our distinguished panel. We have 4 panelists, and I will start with introducing Mr. Rovshan Najaf, who is Deputy Minister of Economy and CAREC National Focal Point for Azerbaijan. Mr. Najaf has served in this capacity since early 2020. Before that, he had a stellar career in various public, private, and academic positions, including Head of Innovation Development and E-Government Affairs Department at the administration of the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan and Chairman of the Executive Board of the Financial Monitoring Service of Azerbaijan. Second, we have Mr. Alibek Kvantirov, who is Vice Minister of National Economy and CAREC National Focal Point for Kazakhstan. Before becoming Vice Minister of National Economy, Mr. Kvantirov served as the Deputy Head of the Analytical Department of the Office of the First President of Kazakhstan. Prior to this, he served as the Deputy Head of the Center for Strategic Research and Analysis, Deputy Head of the Department of Socioeconomic Monitoring of the Presidential Administration, and as a Deputy Director in the Ministry of Finance of Kazakhstan. I also welcome Ms. Zhuzhana Hargitai, Managing Director for Central Asia of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, in which position she's been serving since May 2021. Ms. Hargitai joined the EBRD in 1992 and has worked in various senior positions at EBRD, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, in the Western Balkans countries, Hungary, and also Croatia. And she served as the Director for Country Strategy and Results Management, as the Director of EU Funds and Co-Financing and Financial Instruments at EBRD. And last but not least, I'm welcoming also Mr. Siavush Shokirov, who is Vice President of the Association of Road Transport Operators of the Republic of Tajikistan. Before becoming Vice President of ABAT, as it's known, the Association of Road Transport Operators, Mr. Shokirov was head of TIR and IR department for 3 years, as well as held the position of TIR leading specialist for 2 years in the same organization. He was also a member of the Working Party at the UNECE on the development of a roadmap for trade facilitation. So this is our wonderful panel, and I thank them all for joining us today. Now, we will have 2 rounds of questions from me to each of the panelists, and then we welcome questions from the participants. After that, we should have time for a question and answer segment. You, the audience, participants, can enter your questions at any time in the chat room, and you'll find the chat icon on the top right of your screen between the little people icon and the little wheel icon. If you press on that sort of cloud icon, I think that's best description maybe. If you press on the cloud icon, you should get the chat window, and then you can enter your question or comment. And I will, in the question and answer session, I will part of our event today, I will then repeat those questions for the panel and direct them to the appropriate panelists. So with this, I think we're ready to start our conversation. And since Mr. Kvantirov from Kazakhstan has to leave us early, I start with him with actually a single question. So, Your Excellency, Mr. Kvantirov, as the Vice Minister of National Economy of Kazakhstan, let me quickly put this question to you. So, Kazakhstan has seen a lot of investments over the last 20 years or so, or even before, in infrastructure, and there were many efforts in Kazakhstan to facilitate cross-border trade and transit along Karek corridors over the last 2 decades. What do you see as the main challenges and opportunities today for further improvements in connectivity between Central Asian countries and Europe? And as a national focal point for Karek in Kazakhstan, how do you think especially going ahead, how can the Karek program help, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic, to build resilience in the Central Asian, Euro-Asian supply chains for future pandemic threats through our cooperation? Your Excellency, Mr. Kvantirov, the word is yours. Maybe 8 minutes or so would be great. Thank you.
I think I will need a little bit less time. Guten Tag, Herren Lin und Zhukov, meine Damen und Herren. Es ist sehr angenehm, Ihnen zu treffen, und lassen Sie mich Ihnen für die Möglichkeit danken, an dieser Veranstaltung teilzunehmen. First of all, I want to thank the host country, Germany, for giving this platform for us and for the excellent organization of this forum, and thank the Asian Development Bank for invitation and the whole Secretariat of Karek. Our region is a key transport and logistics hub between Europe and Asia, and our joint Karek cooperation plays a significant role in developing and strengthening this corridor. The presence of large political and economic neighbors has a significant impact in our region. So, in connection with which we have a number of challenges that are arising. So, in the pre-pandemic period, the problem of trade wars was gaining momentum in the world, and these or other protectionist measures implemented by governments all around the world cost the global economy more than $10 trillion. And according to BCG, for example, and HSBC, the global GDP will decrease by this amount until 2025 due to a decrease of imports, unless those barriers aren't lifted. So the global economy might suffer trillions of losses if governments of different countries do not abandon them, and the coronavirus pandemic has had a significant negative effect on world trade as an additional burden. So according to experts, the slow pace of the vaccination process and uneven availability of the COVID-19 vaccines also in different countries can lead to massive losses for the global economy. The countries that will not reach a 60% vaccination rate by the middle of the next year could suffer a total GDP decline more than $2 trillion for the period 2022-25. Nonetheless, Karek countries remain active contributors to GDP growth and trade. And according to the EDB forecast, the economic growth of the Asian region is significant. It's more than 7% in 21 and 5.4% in 2022. In 2020, the volume of cargo transportation through Kazakhstan increased and amounted to 22.7 million tons, though we had a pandemic. It was plus 17% of transit containers. It's about 900,000 units. So Europe and China were connected by the intercontinental highway, Western Europe, Western China, which ran through the territory of Kazakhstan. The dry port on the territory of Special Economic Zone, Khargos Eastern Gate, is being developed with the participation of Chinese partners. We also commissioned the Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, Iran railway, which is gaining momentum at the moment, providing us with direct access to the Persian Gulf. A multimodal Eurasian transport corridor was launched along the China, Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Turkey route, and further to Europe in order to develop Trans-Caspian transportation. So in total, the territory of Kazakhstan is crossed by 11 land transcontinental roads. 5 of them are railroads and 6 are autoroads. In conclusion, I would like to say that in a difficult period, cooperation and common efforts are very necessary for the entire region. And in this regard, I would like to suggest to focus on the trade development. We need to continue working on expanding the range of goods for mutual trade. We propose to combine efforts of all countries in the region into a single commodity distribution network with unified standards for the joint dissemination of our goods towards the large markets of third countries, as well as to saturate our own markets during the off-season. And moreover, in order to integrate with such transport corridors as North, South, and Western Europe, Western China, and achieve the maximum economic effect, it's proposed to ensure the integration of cross-border hubs with the International Center for Trade and Economic Cooperation, Central Asia. It's between Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, and International Center for Cross-Border Cooperation, which is called Khargos. And I believe that CAREC will play a key role in the implementation of these projects, which will contribute to the economic growth of the whole region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kvantirov, for joining us. I know you have to rush off to a very important appointment, so thank you for making the time. And it's now my great pleasure to welcome Mr. Rovshan Najaf, His Excellency, the Deputy Minister of Economy of Azerbaijan. Mr. Najaf, my question to you is the following. So Azerbaijan is situated at a key intersection of current and potential future east-west and north-south transit corridors in the Eurasian supercontinent. How, in your experience, has cooperation among CAREC countries helped Azerbaijan in developing its access to markets within the CAREC region, with Europe and with Asia and beyond? I have a second question for you, time permitting, but let's start with this question. Thank you very much, and we have about 5 minutes for your answer.
Thank you, Mr. Lane. Honorable session participants, dear guests, it's a great pleasure to be here and to address this esteemed audience. A warm welcome from Baku, and I also extend my appreciation to the Asian Development Bank for organizing this event. Today we are discussing a very important theme, connecting East and West, role of the CAREC program in promoting cooperation for economic recovery and resilience. Despite COVID-19 pandemic, ADB CAREC member countries and development partners undertake efficient activity toward further strengthening of regional cooperation. As a CAREC chair, I want to clearly express Azerbaijan's commitment to continue to promote stronger regional cooperation and integration. One of the important areas within CAREC program's wide activity is regional connectivity, and Azerbaijan has established and is continuously improving cross-border and transit procedures, digitalizing logistics system, and improving its overall infrastructure. We also, in taking into account our country actively participates in building regional connectivity projects such as East-West, North-South, and North-West transportation corridors, thus becoming one of the Eurasia's primary and reliable transport and logistic hubs, consisting of all multimodal tools. Despite being a landlocked country, Azerbaijan created relevant infrastructure linkage among countries of the region. Without any doubt, excellent cooperation between the countries along the transport corridors that pass through Azerbaijan, that include CAREC member countries, is a key component of making these routes attractive for transport and logistics. Azerbaijan has invested a lot in building its key transport infrastructure. We have put into operations the Baku International Sea Trade Port with cargo handling capacity of 15 million tons per year. which can be increased up to 25 million tons per year, depending on the needs. Baku-Tbilisi-Kars Railway is not only a regional project connecting three countries, it's also a project which connects one side of Eurasia with another and significantly increases transit potential of Azerbaijan. Our country has one of the largest fleets in the Caspian Sea with a shipyard in Azerbaijan, which is capable to produce almost all types of vessels. In order to increase the competitiveness and efficiency of transit corridors passing through the country territory to attract additional transit freight flows to these corridors, we have established United Transit Operator in June of 2020. United Transit Operator will facilitate developing single competitive product for transit operators. Meanwhile, we have proposed to review the possibility to provide capacity building in applying the United Transit Operator and supporting application of this mechanism in existing or future CARIC regional technical assistance projects. I also would like to know that one of the areas that can serve as a basis for peace and cooperation in the region is logistics and transportation projects. In this context, Zangezur corridor connecting mainland Azerbaijan with Nakhchivan Autonomous Republic and Turkey will create new opportunities for our region. In the view of pandemic and followed complicated global economic pressures that affect all parts of the world, we have faced new challenges, solutions of which can only be reached via bilateral and multilateral cooperation. In this sense, we are confident that enhancing the cooperation between CARIC member countries are in the best interest in the region. And Mr. Lin, I am available for your second question.
Thank you very much. Let us complete the round of the four panelists first, Mr. Najat, and then I'll come back to the four of you for my second round. Then we just have everybody already together in the first round. So let me, because we're not quite sure, Zsuzsanna Hargitay is with us right now. Let us turn on to Mr. Sirosh Shokirov, Vice President of the Association of Road Transport Operators of the Republic of Tajikistan. Of course, Tajikistan is not a Caspian country, as we know from our geography. Nonetheless, you're members of the Association of Road Transport Operators, Mr. Shokirov. They have firsthand, on-the-ground experience with transport and transit corridors in the CARIC region. And so my question to you is, what improvements have you witnessed over the years, and what are the opportunities for further improvements in transport connectivity between the CARIC region and Europe in particular? Please, Mr. Shokirov, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello to everyone. Warm greetings from Tajikistan. And let me start by follow up the first question. I know that now in the CARIC region, we can observe positive developments in the terms of improving the quality of transit highways, roadside infrastructure, and equipping of border crossing points, which undoubtedly have a great impact on the quality of transport services. Recently, as you know, the Asian Development Bank has been developing a transport economy corridor that also involves the private sector. In particular, the economic corridor Shymkent-Tashkent-Khujan, in which all private sectors represented by national associations are successfully started. And here it should be noted that the digitalization of transport documents together with customs and other government agencies is also an important point in this region. And due to the fact that many CARIC countries do not have access to the sea and the removal of certain restrictions by some countries would play a key role in this direction. In particular, the use of the Caspian Sea is very relevant. But in recent years, the transit through the territory of Turkmenistan doesn't give us the opportunity to carry out such transportation which connects CARIC countries with Europe. And if we will consider the cross-border trade between Central Asia and European markets, the first problem is that many transport operators are interested to go through Russia to avoid Caspian. This is because of the higher transport costs using the ferry. And the second one is the Russian road is significantly cheaper and not that slow compared to the Caspian road. However, the ferry crossing are likely to benefit certain countries more, such as Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, due to the larger economy and trade size. However, Tajikistan and Kyrgyz Republic shippers face higher shipping costs if they want to route it through Caspian, especially for inbound shipments. As we know, in the developed ADB strategy, CARIC 2030 provides for the development of the transport sector, including public-private partnership issues. And currently, it is because of the lack of successful implementation of the PPP mechanism in the CARIC region, there is a gap in economic relations between European countries and the countries of the CARIC region. Lack of full-fledged public-private partnership doesn't allow European banks to cooperate with regional banks in developing and implementing joint projects involving the private sector. And we hope that the CARIC Institute will consider this point and make certain adjustments during the implementation of the development program of the CARIC region. Thank you very much, Mr. Len, and I wish all participants a fruitful session.
Thank you, Mr. Shakirov, for your very interesting contribution, in particular pointing out from the perspective of the road transport companies in Tajikistan how the Caspian Sea corridor compares to the Russian corridor, and we maybe come back to that further along in this conversation. And I believe we now have with us Ms. Zsuzsanna Hargitay, Managing Director for Central Asia of the European Bank for Reconstruction Development. Ms. Hargitay, I understand, has a technical issue with her camera, but I do hope, Ms. Hargitay, we can hear you. So I will hand the word to you with my first question, a question of the first round. So EBRD has a long-standing partnership with countries in the CARIC region and with CARIC, the program. From the perspective of your organization, so what do you see as the main challenges and opportunities for strengthening connectivity, cross-border trade, and, very importantly, private investment in the CARIC region in a post-COVID environment? Zsuzsanna, are you there? Over to you.
Yes, I'm here. I hope that you can also hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. If you stay a little bit further away from your microphone, I think we can hear you even better.
I try to do my best. A very good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting us to this Gremium. A couple of thoughts from our side, because the theme would warrant, I think, a whole day conference, if not more. First of all, on connectivity. Let me just make, even at the very beginning of my intervention, a little detour, because for us, connectivity, and I trust also for the other participants, even from a trade point of view, it should also have two other dimensions beyond transport. One, and I know that some of the participants from the region would agree with me, because trade is in energy products is increasingly representing a very fair share of trade among the CARIC countries, let alone when we are talking about the future. So perhaps at another occasion, and I know the CARIC Institute has been looking at it, so have we, to look at transmission lines. There are some kind of flagship projects we are financing, but implementation is a bit kind of haphazard nowadays. So energy, whether we are talking about gas pipelines, whether we are talking about electricity transmission lines, is key to trade within the region and beyond. Number two, and again, is just a thought that we could spend perhaps at another CARIC session some more time and focus the attention on digital highways. So where are we with digital highways within the countries, and also connecting the countries of the CARIC region to improve overall digitalization, but also as a contribution to increased trade? A couple of other thoughts while we are talking about connectivity. And I would not like to repeat the very valuable thoughts that other speakers have already shared with us. One, yes, continuing financing railway connections should be a top priority. However, let us think together. I don't know where my colleagues at the Asian Development Bank are with their thinking that many governments are thinking of roads as necessary evil, so not necessarily part of green transport. So we would need to think together with our partners in the correct region of how to convince many of our shareholders that roads, road construction, rehabilitation, expansion is still key in this region, even if there is an increasing emphasis, obviously, on railways. So let us pull our strengths together. Number two is we have been we continue look at potential involvement of private sector, especially in the area of expanded kind of construction of key corridors. We are looking at one already in Uzbekistan. They need to be sizable, and they would still be not largely, because that would be euphemism, they would still be availability fee payment PPP road constructions. So again, last year we signed together with others, the Bakad PPP project in Kazakhstan. We very much hope to develop more in Kazakhstan, and we are developing the Samarkand-Tashkent road also on a PPP basis. Not all of them would be suitable for that, however. Third, again, Karak Institute has already paid attention, and we would like to pick it up also with you and with the Institute in particular, how we can expand border crossings, facilitate trade. And that is both an infrastructure investment, as some of you have already emphasized, but we are also talking about border crossings and handling non-tariff barriers to trade. How we can move many of the inspections from the border to the centers and digitalize them. And I'm talking about phytosanitary compliance, about any other supporting documentation that could be handled not at the border, but in the centers and through electronic platforms. I would not be coming from the EBRD, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, if I did not mention to you that the EU just last week, the week before last, they launched their own initiative for gateways. So we will be liaising with our partners in the EU to see, and we have already suggested to them to liaise with counterparts such as the Karak Institute to look for kind of signature, high visibility, but of high importance logistics projects that the EU could support. Last but not least, again, the trade, the seamless fluctuation of trade also assumes, and one of you has mentioned already, trade facilitation programs. EBRD has been supporting it across almost all the banks, all the countries, with the exception of Turkmenistan in the region. So we need robust trade financing facilities with well-regulated and robust banks. I'm happy to answer any further questions, but these were the initial thoughts we wanted to share with you. Thank you very much, Johannes.
Thank you so much, Zsuzsanna, Ms. Hargitay. Great pleasure to have you here, and very, very, very important and interesting comments. Thank you. I'm looking at the time, and I note that since we started a little late, with apologies to our audience, we are a bit pressed for time, but I would like to quickly go around the table once more and start again with Mr. Kvantirov. Maybe you could tell us a bit more about specifically, in 2 or 3 minutes, what you would like to see Karak do, and especially in these areas that were mentioned by Mr. Shokirov and by Ms. Hargitay, that maybe go beyond transport. Is there anything you'd like to add at this point regarding the activities of Karak? Thank you. Mr. Kvantirov.
Sorry, Mr. Lin, but Mr. Kvantirov has...
I'm sorry, Mr. Najaf. I apologize, my error. Sorry, Mr. Najaf. Mr. Najaf.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lin. We believe that there is a need to take strong, cohesive, and targeted global actions to recover better from COVID-19. In this regard, Azerbaijan suggested establishing the high-level panel on global recovery. This was suggested at UN General Assembly meeting, which could prepare recommendations on global measures for post-pandemic period. Our country pays great attention to increasing role and necessity of digitalization and related actions. The government of Azerbaijan has adopted and currently developing a number of programs aimed at digital transformation of country's economy. According to Azerbaijan 2030 national priorities for socio-economic development adopted in February 2021, currently large-scale rehabilitation and construction work is carried out in liberated territories. Azerbaijan is building new cities and towns from scratch by applying smart city and smart village concepts. At the same time, Center for Analysis and Coordination of the Fourth Industrial Revolution has been established in the country, and it's one of the affiliate centers of the World Economic Forum's Fourth Industrial Revolution centers. In this view, CARIC Digital Strategy 2030 and CARIC Health Strategy 2030 have been drafted, and undoubtedly these initiatives, after their endorsement, will have practical value in post-pandemic environment, and their elaboration and further efficient implementation will extremely support and speed up achieving programs' objectives, contributing to the prosperity in the whole CARIC region. In this regard, once again, I would like to emphasize our readiness to cooperate and collaborate with our partners, CARIC member countries in these directions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Najaf. Before I call on Mr. Shakirov, I just want to remind the audience that you're welcome to share any questions with us that you might have in response to what you've heard or your own experience in the region, operating on the ground or from a distance. So please enter any questions or comments you have in the chat box that you will find on the top right of your screen. With this, let me move on to Mr. Siyavush Shakirov and see whether, Mr. Shakirov, would you like to add anything specifically on how you see that CARIC could add actually in terms of its activities to facilitate public-private dialogue and strengthen the participation of the private sector in the regional cooperation initiatives and projects in the region? Thank you, Mr. Shakirov.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Yohannes. Just one point is that we need to work together for improvement and harmonization of the legislative framework and maybe some standardization in the CARIC region. And of course, in the trade facilitation, we need to think about the border crossing points with equipping with the new electronic tools like digitalization, and of course the implementation of the green lines in the border crossing points. That's enough, Mr. Yohannes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shakirov. And last in this second round of questions and comments, Shoshana, so you've already given us actually quite a few ideas about where additional work might be useful in terms of improving connectivity, not just in transport, but also in energy and the digital arena. You also noted quite importantly the PPP role of PPPs, and of course the border crossings, also something Mr. Shakirov just repeated. Now, I have actually two questions for you. One is, for the last 20 years, CARIC actually has been working on a number of these issues, especially the border crossings. And indeed, CARIC has a remarkable and quite unique program of monitoring the cost and time it takes to move along corridors and especially to cross the borders. As far as I know, there have been some improvements, particularly along some of the corridors, but less so among other corridors. And indeed, overall, the improvement probably hasn't been as much as we've all been hoping for. So do you see anything going ahead from EBRD's perspective, anything more that should be done? You already mentioned a couple of ideas, including doing these border crossings behind the border, but maybe there's something you can tell us that particular CARIC could support in getting more efficiency in that regard. A second question you might help us address is the point raised by Mr. Shakirov earlier, and by the way, I want to come back if we have time also to Mr. Najaf. Mr. Shokirov mentioned that the cost of crossing east-west across the Caspian corridor is much higher for transport operators from Tajikistan. Is that also your perspective in EBRD? And if so, what can be done to perhaps make that corridor, which in some ways is probably could be offer real opportunities if costs come down? What could be done to make that corridor more competitive? Shoshana, would you like to take on any of these questions or any others for that matter, any other points? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Johannes. Let me start with what is very complicated, but still easier than your second question, which is CAREC's further work on border crossings. Three ideas come to my mind, and again, I want to talk to our own transport and logistics specialist, and of course, our CAREC counterparts. Number one, of how far we have gone in segmentation of all the documentations that any freight trader or carrier would need to present. Could there be any simplification in this respect? But then you would immediately tell me that CAREC Institute can do a wonderful job, but it boils down to political will. So it requires sustained attention. And you mentioned in my wonderful CV that I worked in the Western Balkans, and my God, that is a much smaller region with very strong EU accession push, and still it has been taking a lot of time and a bit of COVID, actually, to establish green corridors across that region. So I would see the role also of the CAREC Institute to ensure, and we will be your partners as EBRD, a sustained attention to this matter, which makes the life of exporters, importers, and the freight carriers miserable. So political will needs to be there. We need to have the counterparts, constant attention in the CAREC region, perhaps also starting not for the whole CAREC region, but for those who are willing in kind of neighboring countries to simplify this documentation. And last but not least, I would not come from EBRD if I did not mention that I would suggest to use the convocative power of CAREC institution to bring together private sector, that is the private operators of road transport, rail transport, and also listen to them and their ideas, including international freight managers, of what could be done at the border crossing points to accelerate the trade, again, beyond of the valuable work that CAREC has done already. So where to start? You had a much tougher question to me about, which I noted that for my follow-up actions on the cost and price competitiveness for the Caspian Sea route. Frankly, I would need to have a look at what more we can do, because this is a relatively, and colleagues in the panel will correct me if I'm wrong, it's a younger route altogether. So again, it's a matter of developing infrastructure, looking at the cost competitiveness, but also cajoling, basically, transporters into this route, which would assume something which, again, should be an anathema for us, but something like incentives to route traffic across this road. But this is something, if I can ask for the audience and the colleagues' connivance, for us, EBRD, together with you, to have a closer look at. Because we strongly believe in the medium-term competitiveness of the Caspian Sea route, but we need to have a deeper dive into what would make this more attractive for freight transporters. Thank you very much, Johannes.
Thank you, Zuzana. And that gives me the opportunity to turn back to Mr. Najaf, because Mr. Najaf, Azerbaijan, of course, is a critical link along the Caspian transport route. So maybe we can close the panel discussion with giving you the last word in telling us from your perspective, what do you think is the prospect specifically of the Caspian route, and what can be done to make it more competitive? Mr. Najaf.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lin. Actually, first of all countries along this Caspian route, we call it middle corridor, are heavily investing in infrastructure. Second, there is already discussion and there is a cooperation in making this route as much as possible attractive to logistic operators. Regarding the tariffs or rates, we are constantly discussing with partners, they are constantly reviewing them, and there is decline if you look at yearly basis. Besides what I have mentioned in my speech, we have established in Azerbaijan unified transit operator, and our approach with our colleagues to have such an entity which will be dealing with all, let's say, carriers within this route. And for example, if this is a company, forwarding company or logistic company, they will have to deal with only one entity, which will inside talk to Azerbaijan, for example, Kazakhstan, Georgia, Turkish, and other partners, so that for business, there is only one single point of reference which they can go, talk, and get the tariffs. So this is one of the initiatives we are currently discussing with the partners. And surely it's one of our priorities to make this route, this transport corridor, more attractive and more competitive in comparison with others. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Najaf. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're coming towards the end of our very interesting conversation. I would like to give you a very brief set of highlights, takeaways that you might want to consider as you move on to other sessions in this very interesting forum event that our German organizers have put together. And let me thank them for this opportunity. So maybe I should say, first of all, from my perspective and what we've heard importantly today, especially from the participants from Kazakhstan and from Azerbaijan, there has been, over the last 20 years, real progress in terms of east-west and even now, I think, increasing north-south connectivity across the Eurasian continent. And of course, Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, and Central Asia more generally is a critical hub for actually facilitating this east-west, north-south in future connectivity via road transport, but increasingly also energy and digital connectivity. So connectivity is very important, is indeed critical for not only the success of the countries in the region, but also is important, of course, for Europe to connect with China. We know the transit corridors have improved. It's especially important as in recent months, the oceanic transport costs and times has skyrocketed. And so my impression is, although I've not yet seen firm data, my impression is that the transcontinental routes across Kazakhstan, especially Russia, but also increasingly we would expect across the Caspian, will indeed over time become more and more competitive relative to the oceanic routes. Secondly, what we heard today is that it isn't just, of course, the transport, it's also importantly energy and digital, and at a separate occasion one might come back to that. It isn't even just rail, it is indeed road transport that we need to focus on. And here I would add from my own experience, it isn't just road and transport investment, it's very importantly operation maintenance. Unfortunately, in the region, operation maintenance of the infrastructure is often neglected, and it's very important that this be strengthened over time. Next, we heard from various participants the importance of further developing private-public partnership in this very important area. And I know EBRD in particular is very active on this, but of course others also, Asian Development Bank, the World Bank, and others are also very much engaged in supporting public-private partnerships. One area that has been a continuous issue over the years that I've worked with CAREC and in Central Asia has been the border crossing. And what we've heard from both Mr. Shakirov and from Ms. Hargitay, it remains an issue. And so I can only appeal to CAREC and the CAREC member countries to pay even more attention to this and be more consistent in addressing this issue, which by definition has to be addressed in a cross-border manner. In other words, if only one side of the border is improved in terms of the time and cost it takes to cross, but the other side remains in essence closed, it isn't much help. So we really need to work across borders, we need to work together. We did note, and I think this is as Ms. Hargitay noted, maybe more attention could be and should be paid to the conditions along the Trans-Caspian corridor. And I invite you all in one way or another, if you're interested in this, to follow that discussion. I'm glad we had Mr. Najaf with us, who indicated what already is being done. And I wish Azerbaijan, but also Turkmenistan and Georgia, who are, of course, along this route in particular, the very best of success of strengthening this route. Finally, I've heard from a number of you about the Carrick Institute. I think especially you, Shoshana and Ms. Hargitay, you mentioned it repeatedly as an institution that has a very important function in advancing our understanding and our knowledge about what's happening in the region, and to put forward, based on solid research, to put forward proposals for reform, for policies, for investments also. And so I look forward to having this call to the Carrick Institute also heard in Urumqi, where the Carrick Institute is located. And we look forward, and think all of us, to learn more about what the Carrick Institute can contribute in all the areas of connectivity that are so important. I will close with a comment on that was kicked off by Ms. Hargitay regarding the Balkans. I used to work, among other countries, in the Europe and Central Asia region, also in the Balkans. And even 20 years ago, the World Bank had a big project that was trying to help connect and facilitate border crossings in the region, the Balkan region. I think, indeed, your suggestion, Ms. Hargitay, that Central Asia and Carrick could learn from that experience is well taken. I hope the Carrick Institute can take up the suggestion. Ladies and gentlemen, we're a minute away from our closing time. I thank the organizers. I thank all my wonderful panelists. I thank Asian Development Bank for taking a lead in organizing this event. And I thank all our participants for listening in, and our audience. I do have an announcement to make. We now have a lunch break. It is lunchtime in Germany. 1 p.m. The next session is at 2 p.m. and it will be dealing with agribusiness and food industry in Caucasus and Central Asia. So, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all and wish you a terrific day, a good week, and then eventually a very good weekend. Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much.
A very warm welcome from my side to all the people out there and also here in the room here in Berlin. My name is Per Broders and I'm the director of the German Agribusiness Alliance. And yeah, I'm really glad to have been asked to moderate today's panel on agriculture here in the framework of the second Caspian Europe Forum. The German Agribusiness Alliance, my organization, is knowledge partner of the Caspian Europe Forum, and it's the key organization of key players from the German agribusiness, and we have a lot of interest in the Caspian Sea region, which is why I'm especially glad to be with you today. More than ever, the Caspian Sea region is destined to contribute significantly to global food security. All its countries play a significant role in feeding the world and in international agrarian value chains. I just had a look at statistics once again, and if we take into account the large numbers when we talk about the arable land in the region, you find astonishing numbers. Russia covers 800,000 square kilometers of arable land altogether, of course, given its vast size. If we have a look at Kazakhstan, for example, it's almost 300,000 square kilometers of arable land, Turkmenistan 194,000, and Iran 150,000. However, I think we can agree on the fact that the potential is not yet fully developed, and that we have very challenging developments when we look at the soaring prices for grain, for example, on the global markets. So before this background, it seems to me even more important to foster long-reaching economic ties and foreseeable framework conditions to conduct business for a fruitful future of the region. And we'd like to discuss today central questions like how to increase productivity, efficiency, and sustainability within the region's agricultural sector, which agricultural potentials rank especially high in the region nowadays. The question is, are there any bottlenecks in the realization of these potentials? And if yes, what needs to be done? And last but not least, what framework conditions are mostly needed to guarantee the fruitful future of the region? I'm really happy to have today here with me 4 participants from agricultural value chains, from agri-machinery to seeds, to fertilizers and consulting services for additional knowledge for the sector. And so I'm really happy to introduce to you, first of all, Mrs. Laura Cross. She's Director of Market Intelligence of the IFA, the International Fertilizer Association, virtually from Paris. Second is Mr. Jürgen Leitzke. He's Business Unit Head of KWS Group from Einbeck. Third is here with me in the room, Mr. Thomas Mundry. He's partner at Schneider Group Moscow. And to my right, Mr. Mustafa Zahin. He's the CEO of the Eurasia Group from Schaffhausen and mostly based in Nur-Sultan in Kazakhstan. So let's dive straight into what we have to offer today, and let's learn a bit more about our panelists' background today. Maybe, Mr. Zahin, may I ask you to start? Let us a bit more know what is the role of Eurasia, of the Eurasia Group in the region. What does Eurasia exactly do?
First of all, thank you very much, Mr. Bolson, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are here offline, and hope a lot of people are right now online. Let me introduce myself first. Mustafa Zahin. I'm the founder and the CEO of Eurasia Group AG from Switzerland, Schaffhausen. We are more than 23 years active in Central Asia, especially in Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan. Hope in the near future in Uzbekistan. We are, as a company, representing John Deere as a dealer, national dealer for Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan. We have more than 16 outlets in these regions and employing more than 450 people in that region, especially in Kazakhstan, of course, having the 9th biggest country in the world and with an agricultural focus. And with an investment in this region, the most part, of course, in Kazakhstan again, for more than $65 million in Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan. Besides John Deere, we are doing a lot of Western equipment. This is like Grimme and Brandt and GCB and so on. We are, or with our equipment, we harvest more than 6.5 million hectares in this area. That means that through Kazakhstan, we try to secure or to contribute a little bit the food security in this region. That is what we are doing. And with the unique agro-management solutions which we are providing there, especially in smart farming and in digital solutions, we are the market leader. That's what we are in the region right now doing.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Zahin. I would like to pass the word on to Mrs. Cross, currently in Paris. Mrs. Cross, you can hear me? Yes, and I can see you on the monitor over there as well. Let us know more, please, about the International Fertilizers Association and especially the role of the region among your members. We're very curious. Let us know more.
Sure, thank you, Per, and thank you also to the organisers of the event today for inviting IFA to speak at this session. It's my pleasure to present on behalf of the International Fertilizer Association and to join this discussion on agribusiness in the Caspian region, which from a fertilizer perspective has a really big contribution to play when it comes to global agriculture. So I will first make an introduction to the association itself and the role that we play in the fertilizer industry. So IFA is the only global fertilizer association. We have more than 400 members around the world and a 94-year history of promoting the benefits of sustainable plant nutrition. Our membership encompasses lots of different actors in the fertilizer value chain, from producers through to traders and distributors, as well as increasingly ag tech companies, service providers, research organizations, and other organizations as well. And as I mentioned briefly, the mission of the association is to promote the efficient and responsible production, distribution, and use of plant nutrients. And this mission really plays a critical role in feeding the world sustainably. And the ability to feed the world, both now and in the future, has a huge impact on agricultural development, on human health, and also on sustainability. And I hope that's something that we will be able to touch on later in this discussion, because there are many opportunities within the fertilizer industry which can actually help accelerate sustainability within the agribusiness sector. So if I have 1 or 2 minutes more, I will briefly touch on the role of the Caspian region when it comes to the fertilizer markets. For those of you who aren't familiar with fertilizers, there are 3 major macronutrients which are used all around the world for agricultural production. And these are nitrogen, phosphate, and potash. And really what dictates the location of the production of these different fertilizer products is the raw materials. And this is where the Caspian region is really rich in many of these raw materials. So when it comes to nitrogen production, we're looking at availability of natural gas or other hydrogen-based compounds that, again, ties into the sustainability in the future. For phosphates and potash, we're then looking at mineral deposits. And again, there are significant volumes of phosphate rock and potash, which can be found in the region. And there's 2 major opportunities that the region can take advantage of when it comes to these resources. The first is as a supplier to international food markets. So some of the major producers of fertilizers within the region, such as Russia, such as Belarus, such as the Central Asian countries such as Azerbaijan and Turkmenistan. These countries are all exporters of fertilizers to major food-growing regions, such as Brazil, the US, Europe even. So indirectly, there's already a role being played here by the countries within the region when it comes to feeding the world. There is also a second opportunity, which is the potential for the region to become a breadbasket of the world. And at the moment, fertilizer use within the Caspian region is actually relatively low outside of Russia. So there are also some opportunities there when it comes to fertilizer use and increasing the productivity of the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Cross, for letting us know more about IFA and the significance of the Caspian Sea region for your members. We are now heading straight to the north of Germany to Mr. Jürgen Leitzke. Northern Saxonia, that's a region that's also very familiar to me. Good afternoon, Mr. Leitzke. I'd love to pass the word on to you. KWS, your company, is not only a distinguished member of the German Agribusiness Alliance, such as the Eurasia Group AG is, but you're definitely present in Eastern Europe as a key company when it comes to seeds for the world. And yeah, maybe you can tell us a bit more about the KWS portfolio, especially for Eastern Europe.
Yes, thank you very much, first of all, for the opportunity to take part today. We see a lot of potential in the Caspian region, and let me give you a bit of insights to KWS. So we are a seed specialist in the crops, major field crops, so corn, sugar beet, cereals, other field crops, as well as vegetables. We think in generations and set ourselves long-term targets and therefore strive to have a sustainable strategy. We have some long-term targets, and one is profitable growth. So it means we are usually growing organically. So we are not going out making big acquisitions, rather doing as a complementary to organic growth. We live off innovation. So we develop around 1 to 2% yield increase per year in those crops we are active. And we invest about 18% of our sales or turnover in research and development of new varieties. We strive to be or stay independent, and we do that with support of family shareholders. And we set a good bite on sustainability by developing resource efficient varieties. And when we talk about sustainability, you can also relate that to the age of the company. It started more than 160 years ago in sugar beet, and since then we have added the crops to the portfolio and now have the full field seed portfolio worldwide. Our sales is around 1.3 billion euros, and we're active in around 70 countries. Mr. Brodersen, you mentioned we are very active in East Europe. So I think the first entity outside of Germany back many years was in Ukraine. And Ukraine, Russia, Belarus are key core markets for us today, which are very developed and mature in our activities. And the Caspian region would be something we're looking to expand on. And in some crops, we have started activities, others are still to come. So I'm really happy to have that opportunity today to discuss in this forum what we need to further develop that. Yes, if you want to know where we rank in the world in competition-wise, we are number 2 in Europe in field crops and number 4 worldwide. And we employ around 5,700 employees. So much from my side.
That's an impressive number. Thank you very much. Mr. Leitzke, for this fundamental information on KWS activity in the region. I'd now like to turn to Mr. Thomas Munri, who is here with me in Berlin, partner of the Schneider Group. Mr. Munri, could you tell us a bit more about what's the asset of Schneider Group when it comes to the agricultural potential of the region?
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. I'm located in Moscow and I've traveled yesterday to Berlin, which is possible despite the COVID crisis. What I want to say is the following. We are seeing much potential, in particular in Russia, in the food and agriculture industries. That's very much due to the Russian counter-sanctions, because the Russian counter-sanctions prohibit Western countries from delivering meat, milk, products to Russia. And that's the reason why Russia has started to build up a new food industry. And we see very many chances for Western manufacturers in the food industry to supply their goods to Russia. And this is, of course, very much true also for the Caspian region. The Caspian region, nevertheless, has, in our understanding, very many challenges, which may also be a reason for or a chance for investors. Unfortunately, although the Caspian region is very active in the agriculture area, they have huge problems with water shortage, unfavorable climate conditions. The water has low quality. That's, I think, one of the reasons why the fertilizer industry and the seed industry is very active in the Caspian region. We see needs for modernization of the irrigation systems, and see that very many support projects are done in this region, and I think there are many good chances for foreign investors. Just a brief overview what is happening in the countries. In Russia, the most important regions in the Caspian area are the Dagestan Republic, the Astrakhan region, the Kalmykia Republic. They have a substantial basis in the agricultural industry. Kazakhstan, unfortunately, has some agriculture there, but the regions, which are the Atirau region and the Mangistau region, are not among the most active agricultural regions in Kazakhstan. There are regions which are much more active and much more successful in this area. Azerbaijan is, of course, very much well known for its agriculture, hazelnut, horticulture, pomegranate, vegetables, berries. Turkmenistan, unfortunately, has the greatest challenge. Nearly most of the country is a desert, and they have huge irrigation problems. And there I also see, of course, chances for Western investors. Iran, the Mazandaran and the Gilan regions are very active in rice production. Rice is, and they are very active, very successful in this area. But on the other hand, rice is a grain which is very much water intensive. So it is also necessary to support the irrigation industry. So what I can say is agriculture plays a big role in these countries, but it of course stands very much in the shade of the oil and gas industry. The oil and gas industry is much more, unfortunately, important in these areas. And in this regard, I would just briefly mention an article which I have read some days ago in The Economist. It says, "The age of fossil fuel abundance is dead." That can mean that the oil and gas industry will shrink in mid and long term, and then, of course, all these countries have to rethink their strategy, and one of their chances to keep the current level of the economy is, of course, to strengthen the agriculture industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Munri, for already this little glance into the future and the challenges that I had. I'd like to touch upon that later on. For now, I'd like to discuss with you in our next round, when we have a look at the needs of the region. We have represented here agro-machinery, Mrs. Cross, fertilizers, Mr. Leitzke, seeds. My question to you at this point, Mr. Hein, would be, those countries and the region has come a long way. after the fall of the Soviet Union, especially. How has Eurasia contributed to stabilizing the agricultural sector? For example, in Kazakhstan, what's been the part of Eurasia in this sense?
Thank you very much. Yeah, Kazakhstan is for the agriculture point of view is a very important country. It is the 9th biggest in the world, and having 25 million hectares of agricultural arable land. It's for the region a substantial, important role in providing food and especially grain for the region. Means region Central Asia, Iran, Afghanistan, and all these below countries. What we have, of course, we are somewhere in the end of the geography, and we are landlocked. This is a huge problem. So what we need and what we have done in the past is establishing a very productive and effective logistic and equipment solution for the region. So the most important point what we have reached and contribute to the food security is that our equipment is equipped with the newest technology. So we are not just selling somehow an equipment, we are selling to the region a solution. Solution means that the farmer can not just increase its productivity, but reduce also losses. That means we have in the past, and we are proud about that, proved to the customer locally that, for example, in canola business, if you have a 400-hectare canola field, you can reduce up to $100,000 on losses. The focus not just in increasing the yield, but having so much losses doesn't help. So you just, on the other hand, you do good increase, on the other hand, you are losing. So what we have achieved with one of the first company introduce digital solution in order to increase the effectiveness and the productivity of the equipment. Because we have in the region, and this is one of the topic, of course, huge challenges and problems in finding qualified people. I think we will discuss it later, perhaps other colleagues here will mention that. So the region is landlocked, and therefore it should find solution internally how to increase and reach a certain level of securing the food in its region.
Thank you very much. Yeah. And I'd like to give that question also to our participants from the seed business and from the fertilizer business. Mr. Leitzke, how do you see the role of KWS when it comes to sending seeds to the region? What had been the needs in the past? What's been the role for KWS in ensuring food security in the Caspian Sea region? And maybe, Mrs. Cross, you can answer that question also with regard to fertilizers.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, as I mentioned, we have, I think, the contribution in East Europe, so like Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus has been significant from KWS. However, looking at the other countries, so in the Caspian region, we are not so advanced yet, so we see a lot more potential to develop there. And maybe let me explain a bit the nature of our business. So, a plant is a living material, and the genetic base is kind of the potential of that variety. If you then combine that with the technologies like machinery and fertilizer and water system, irrigation systems, and so on, you can exploit that potential. We, however, need 10 years to develop a variety, and for that, we need to breed also in climatic regions so that the material is adapted to the climate. So, for example, winter hardiness would be important, or certain diseases, or drought tolerance, and so forth. earliness is important. And all this takes time. So what we do is usually we start to test material out of our existing breeding programs. And what we see is that in the Caspian region, our corn hybrids are quite adaptable to many of the markets, and that we have been starting. And then to develop that further, we need a certain, we need at least to be for it to be possible to transport and import the seed to the countries concerned. And this is quite a challenge because it's not harmonized rules we are looking at. And, but maybe we're coming to that later on the what kind of framework we need to, legal framework we need to do that. I hope to have answered your question at least partly, otherwise please specify.
Thank you. Mrs. Cross, what about the position of the Fertilizers Association?
Yes, sure. So there have been a number of developments in recent years and decades in the region, especially when it comes to consumption of fertilizers. So I won't touch so much on the production aspect. I already mentioned in my opening words the key role that the region plays. But there has been an increase in fertilizer use in the region over time. As I mentioned before, it is still at a low base, and there are a number of factors which drive increasing fertilizer use over time. And we're really in a stage at the moment where there are a number of aspects to fertilizer consumption that actually have quite good prospects for the future. So there are a few that are specific to the region. The first that we've already highlighted in some ways relates to freight and logistics. And this is of course an issue when you're dealing with landlocked countries, a relatively low ability to import goods freely and distribute them inland, at least for fertilizers. And so this is where the development of domestic supply is actually a really good contributor to increasing fertilizer use. There's also the aspect of increasing farm size. So as farms get larger and they start to use new types of machinery, more sophisticated methods, this tends to increase the efficiency of fertilizer use as well. And then the last thing I will mention, if we look ahead to the future slightly, there are opportunities that IFA is supporting through collaboration of our members and of other stakeholders in the region and globally as well, I should say. And this relates to the opportunity to decarbonize fertilizer production. And we've heard already some of the challenges of the region's reliance on oil and gas and fossil fuels. And there is really quite an immediate opportunity that is developing very quickly to use renewable energy to produce nitrogen fertilizers instead of fossil fuels. And as we heard earlier today, there are some really impressive developments being made in the region when it comes to wind and solar power. And this could really be a whole new opening of sustainability endeavors in the region when it comes to fertilizer production and use.
Thank you very much.
I hope this answered your question.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. You touched already upon an issue that I'd like to ask Mr. Mundry. Where do you see the largest potentials of the region, especially in the light of the need of enhanced sustainability in the field of agriculture?
Yeah, I think I already mentioned. I very much see the chances in the food industry, that is producers, Western producers of food machines have great chances in this area. We are currently working on an investment project that's I would say fast food industry. They need certain products. They are produced. We are acting for a logistic company, and they want to act together, to produce this product and to distribute it all over the region. And again, food production, general agriculture, of course, fertilizers, seeds, they are the big chances. And what I would say with regard to Russia and Kazakhstan, where we are active, the legal framework should not be a hindrance for investment anymore. This is, I think, something of the past. The challenges are more to find business, to find customers, to find clients. But the legal framework, at least for the countries which I mentioned, is more or less fine and is a reliable basis for investments there.
Okay, we will continue a bit later on the topic of regulatory aspects and the frame conditions. No problem at all. I think we have some intriguing opinions on that. I don't know if all the participants do share your very positive approach in this regard. We are dealing today with seeds, we are dealing with knowledge, we are dealing with agri-machinery, we are dealing with fertilizers, and we're dealing with them with regard to the region. But I would like to discuss with you now in our next round the topic of logistics, which has already been mentioned. How do we get those products into the region? That's a very important aspect, of course, of providing the region with modern agri-technology. So maybe you can share with us your experiences, how easy it has been so far, how complicated it has been so far, to get your products into the region. Can we start with you and your experiences, Mr. Zahin?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you know, I can tell you a lot of stories about logistics and having hundreds of equipment delivered to Kazakhstan during the COVID time. And we have here in audience some colleagues sitting here from the logistic company. They can also, I think, tell a lot of more here. But just from our experience as delivering a lot of equipment to this region, especially overseas transports became very much difficult, especially when you get equipment from US, which was closed actually during this pandemic time. And having sometimes, we have seen that in the summertime or in May, having an accident in the Suez Channel down there, which I would say it will never impact my business. But there were several components inside of one of these containers which could not deliver, and these components could not be produced. On the other hand, there was a queue in Bremerhaven. The containers could not be loaded to Bremerhaven, and we could not get our equipment. So there are so much not foreseen issues and points which can happen during all this logistics. But besides this, when you look on Kazakhstan, especially in Central Asia, again, I can repeat, this is a landlocked. So you depend on regulations which is not in your country. Becoming equipment to Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, or Uzbekistan means you have to, if you get it from the Europe, you have to cross European part, and then you have to cross Russia, a big part, and then get the equipment either in Kazakhstan or Kyrgyzstan. And sometimes if they have some problems, let's say some sanctions, Russia, it's not in your hand. You cannot control that. And the same on the other side, we have a huge partner, country, neighbor country, China. If they have some issues, and we had this here, right now, I got the information from my logistic department that we have to calculate 46 months getting equipment, John Deere equipment, for example, from China to Kazakhstan. I mean, we are bordered there. Okay, it's not coming somewhere from US or like that. So this is what is outside, what is not in their control. But inside of the country, it's the same. If you have not this infrastructure to deliver from A to B, especially in agriculture, my colleagues can confirm, if you need seeds, if you need fertilizer, if you need equipment, and you have to ship it from, let's say, from the border in Kazakhstan, from Petropavlovsk to Almaty, it can take so much time that sometimes you are thinking, I'm sending an equipment from Europe to Kazakhstan. Wow. So it means there are a lot of huge business also in infrastructure area, which will, of course, accelerate the agricultural business in Kazakhstan or in this region, because we are very much dependent on the logistic. And also for especially in seeding time or in harvesting time, when you have a damage and you want to deliver spare parts. Okay, so you need aircrafts which are frequently flying to different destinations in the country or in the region. So it doesn't matter if we have equipment or parts in our stores and we can deliver it to Uzbekistan, but there's no flight. So there's a huge logistic. It seems, okay, yeah, I don't need a flight from Kökschetau to Tashkent. Yes, that's correct. But agriculture needs a flight from Kökschetau to Tashkent because of the logistic of the parts issue. So these are, of course, the regional means Russia, China especially, what's important for the transport side, and internally the infrastructure between Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, and Tajikistan. All these countries has to develop somehow this, and I hope some logistic companies can take a lead here and lead this process to invest more in this area. Because we will, and my colleagues from KWS or fertilizer business, we are suffering on that. At the end, the customer suffers. If the farmer cannot produce, get not on time its equipment, everybody in the region, there's a chain, suffers on that. So this is a very important point, Pierre, that's a logistic issue for the whole region.
Okay. Mr. Leiske, my question to you would be, how do the phytosanitary requirements in several countries of the region do influence logistics, do influence the process of getting your products into the region?
Okay, thank you for narrowing the question down, because otherwise I think I could talk for hours about logistics, because it's hugely complex with different countries having different requirements. In regards to plant health, there are also different requirements between the countries, and we need to fulfill these. So we have the two challenges of, on the one hand side, make sure the crops that are grown outside of the region where we export to are, I would say, tested and inspected in the way that the requirements are set for the importing countries later on, so that the according or the necessary certificates can be issued. And often we are faced with changes during the season or during the year, depending on people interpreting the local legislations. And what we experience is that we need a lot of lead time. We need longer and longer with goods in transit. So the time from reaching the border till we can deliver it to the farmer is getting longer. And we do have the challenge that we work with crops. Sometimes it's crops that are going to be sown already in the autumn, so like hybrid rye or winter oilseed rape, for example. And we harvest that and then, produce the seed, pack it and send it off. And this all has to happen within 8 weeks, and that sometimes is too short for farmers to get the seed to sow it in time. We do have different strategies to deal with that. In some crops, we are able to produce the seed in the country where the seed is needed. And this is also for some crops necessary, like for a winter cereal crop, like hybrid rye. The seeding rate is so high that it's not economic to transport it over long distances. Oilseed rape could better go like that, and also sugar beet. So these differences we also have. So we are trying to deal with it in different ways, and we really have to be up to speed all the time with the changing legislations and all what is going on. So it's a very dynamic process. We have been able to manage so far, but I love to get to the framework discussion later on, because there we can certainly make improvements that would help a free trade of seed, and therefore also would help farmers to get the seed with the genetic potential they need to really make farming profitable and to get the potential the farming has in this region really lifted.
Thank you. Mrs. Cross, with regard to fertilizers, you already talked about the idea of strengthened local production. What are the experiences of getting fertilizers from abroad into the region? I only want to mention the word train carriages. I think that's always a very interesting issue. Yes, and recently we've seen a shift in logistics with regard to the developments in Belarus and supplies from Belarus Kali. I think that has also affected your business. So maybe you can give us a small update on the situation.
Sure, yes. So I will start with the comment on freight costs, delivered costs into the region. And I think there are two main points here. The first is it's very well documented at the moment how high freight rates around the world have risen. There is really a very tight market for international shipping, and that applies to bulk containers, to dry products, to a whole host of different transport methods. And one thing for us that we see in fertilizers is the role of affordability. And there are lots of regions around the world where by the time you reach an inland farmer, once you have gone through perhaps not so well developed internal infrastructure for these types of farm inputs, you can actually be facing significantly higher costs than you would be at the point of entry and in a global import port. So that's the first thing I would say when it comes to the delivery of fertilizers into the region. One thing I would point out when it comes to that is overwhelmingly throughout the region, most countries at the moment remain net exporters of fertilizers rather than net importers. So coming back to what I mentioned earlier, actually the local levels of consumption for fertilizers are pretty much entirely met by domestic production. So it's more on the consumption side, actually, that there is room for growth in this region going forwards. And then when it comes to the situation in Belarus, for those of you who aren't familiar, the country is one of the largest providers of potash to the global market. Again, coming back to what I mentioned at the start, for phosphate and potash fertilizers, the production is really dictated by where the mineral deposits are around the world. And as you will have seen, there have been a number of international sanctions on Belarus. And this has the potential to quite significantly disrupt the flow of fertilizers from the country into international markets. Now, so far, we have seen a mixed impact of this. So there is product that is still able to flow out of the country, but this does place a lot of concerns on the food security aspect of this. And this is the same dilemma that we face anytime there is some sort of supply disruption, either in the market for fertilizers or other crop inputs, or for the crops themselves. So this is a concern for us at IFA, is the role of food security in the global setting.
Thank you very much. So for me, this means a question with regard to logistics all along the way. Mr. Mundry, we talk about very often in this context about the new Silk Road from China across the countries of Central Asia, the Caucasus, Russia to Europe. Now that we've seen there are some obstacles in getting those key products into the region, my question to you would be, actually, is the Silk Road, is it, frankly speaking, not just a one-way street?
Well, I do not think so. To start with, I'm not a representative of a production company which is carrying every day products from A to B. I'm a consultant, I'm a lawyer, and I have a different view on logistics. But what I can say, what I see is, And that, of course, very much concerns also the Silk Road, that very many Western businesses are investing in the area of logistics. There are very many projects concerning warehouses, renting of warehouses, buying warehouses. They are steadily improving their logistics abilities. And we have some important big investments projects in this area, in logistics centers, in projects on ascertaining the cooling chain, which is very much important for the ready or the half-ready products. There are very many big investments going on, and therefore I think that the Silk Road at the current moment has its challenges, but production companies, businesses are working on this, and I think it's a question of a development, and this may last, I don't know, 5 years, 10 years, but I'm sure that also logistics in this area will much improve.
Good. Thank you. Thank you. I'd love to talk about regulatory aspects and frame conditions with you now. But I'd like to change the name of this topic to, as you said, Mr. Leitzke, making improvements. I think that's a much more optimistic approach to the challenges we can observe in the region. So, Mr. Leitzke, you already mentioned this topic. Do you see any need for improvement with regard especially to seed legislation? That's what I got from your answer just recently.
Yes, indeed, I do see room for improvement. And there are two main areas which is relevant for breeders or plant breeding seed companies. One is what we just touched on, is we would very much like to see a harmonization of the seed marketing regulations. And that basically includes 4 areas. So one is the seed certification. You know, you have, there's the OECD framework, which is a international, global organization. And that would be very helpful if the countries we are active in would ratify that. This would mean we wouldn't have to recertify seed and we wouldn't have different quality parameters to fulfill on the seed. And the analysis, the basis for the certification, there's another system called ISTA, which is an international and global set of rules for seed quality analysis. What is a protocol for analyzing seed? So that is another one that would be very helpful to have fulfilled. And then there is what you mentioned, the plant health phytosanitary requirements. There's also a global set of rules for that. It's called the IPPC. So that is another wish. And then we have the second big area for us, and that is really the area which is decisive for us to decide, do we go in a country and invest in plant breeding? So do we start breeding locally for adapted varieties that are then adding value to farmers and society in regards to resource requirements or input of water and pesticides and fertilizer? And that is the IP protection. We need IP protection so that we have a basis to basically have a return on investment. I think I touched on that we need 10 years to develop a variety, and if that should be an adaptive variety, it means we need to invest 10 years upfront in a breeding program for a certain market. And that we do not do without having some security of getting a return on our investment. So that is another very important part. And also here, UPOF is the basis for that. It's a global convention that can be ratified, and that gives us the necessary protection. At the end of the day, we then still remain with the risk of being competitive. So we have to deliver added values to farmers. That's very clear, and that is, however, then our business. So this we can do if we have the framework. So there's 2 areas: IP protection and the possibility to enforce our rights on that, and the other is the seed marketing regulation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leitzke. Mr. Sahin, I think it's also a kind of bureaucratic procedure to get modern agri-machinery into the country, putting it on the field, and start seeding, start harvesting. There's something in between, I guess. Where do you see some potential for bureaucratizing the framework conditions in the region?
Yeah, this is a good question, actually, for our region. Improvement can be only reached in connection with Russia, because we have a huge border with Russia. We are in the Eurasian Customs Union, and if you need, especially in agriculture, perhaps in other industry, some improvement, you have to agree that from the Russian side. So it is not just a Central Asian issue. All these improvements is an issue for Russia. It means, for example, if you, as a Western equipment provider, provides or sells equipment to Kazakhstan, these are the newest technology which is coming to the country. It means more efficiency, more productivity, okay? It is not, what you are selling, it's not a metal. It is a solution. And this solution, if it is not fitting in the same range of equipment which is coming from Russia or made in Kazakhstan, then there are burdens. And there are really huge, let's say, protectionism in this area, so like made in Kazakhstan, made in Uzbekistan, made in Kyrgyzstan, which hinder all these improvements and all these frameworks, actually. Because you cannot just decide yourself, your own, in the industrialization in agriculture. It not works. During my 23 years, I have not seen these improvements. So you have to be in balance with your neighbors, and especially when you're in the Eurasian customs unions, you have to do that in agreement with all these development. So there, again, like my colleagues here, they need to be more lawyers to consult on these regulations for improvement. Otherwise, the farmers, we are small farmers. We are dealing with small farmers. We are not dealing with state-owned holdings or state-owned farm constructions. It is really a real farmer which owns 10,000, 2,000. I mean, for Kazakhstan, it's a huge hectares there. It's a small. But if you go to Uzbekistan, the same. If you go to Kyrgyzstan, the same. These are small farmers. And they are so much affected on that, on the productivity side, when there's no framework to bring technology into the country. So on that issue, and I think there are a lot of more regulation to be adapted, developed in order to bring more digital solution to the country.
Okay. Mrs. Cross, would you like to second that? Do you also see some room for improvement, or are you completely happy with the business in and for the region?
Sure, I would echo the comments of the other panelists and the comments they have already made. And I can't speak for specific companies that are doing business in the region, but of course, any of the improvements or increased efficiencies that we can bring into the production, the distribution, and the use of plant nutrients such as fertilizers. For us, that's something that IFA is in favor of. It helps to feed the world. It helps to do it sustainably, responsibly, and so that would be the viewpoint from our side. Nothing more to add to my previous colleagues.
So I think we have a kind of white elephant in the room, which is called the Eurasian Economic Union. Mr. Munri, what would be your assumption of the future of this organization, which consists for the time being of Russia, Kazakhstan, Belarus, Kyrgyzstan, and Armenia? Do you see for the future a bigger role of this, of the Eurasian Economic Union, and maybe also Iran as a future member?
Well, the Eurasian Economic Union is a great project, which already now has led to many facilitations regarding transactions between the countries that concerns in particular questions of VAT. I think this and customs duties, but of course this needs to be further improved, and there should be further regulations. And of course the great idea would be that there could be somehow a collaboration between the Eurasian Union and, for example, the EU, yeah, so that we can really have one big economic space, yeah, of Eurasia. That would be great. And if Iran could join, great. To be honest, I'm sorry, I'm not a big specialist of Iran, but to integrate Iran into this union, of course, that's great. But I think, on the other hand, at the current stage, the Eurasian Union is of course very much that's a project of countries of the former CIS, of the former Soviet Union, and therefore they are already now rather bound together. And Iran is not a country of the former Soviet Union, so that I think that there are not so many cultural links between Iran and the Eurasian Union. But again, yeah, it's a great project, should be further improved. We already feel it now that investments are much easier now due to the Eurasian Economic Union. Yeah, it should be further done, and links to the EU would be great.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. It's looking at my watch, it's funny how time flies, and that's why I would like to ask the panelists in our very last round to give us a short idea of what your wish will be for the future of the region and the development of those agricultural sectors within. I'd like to give each of you just 30 seconds to tell us what would be your number one wish for the region. And let's start, please, with Mr. Zahin. You have 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. Yeah, 30 seconds. I think it's very important for all of us to have a stable state agriculture policy in this region, at least for 10 to 15 years, perhaps with the support or cooperation with the German Agri-Alliance, to establish such an alliance in this region to make it happen, let's say, as a really stable policy for the agriculture for the next 10 to 15 years, so that investor, that local farmer knows what is coming during the next 10 to 15 years, where they are going that. So I think that would be a great wish from my side, getting a stable policy for the agriculture next 10 to 15 years in this region.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Leitzke, what is your number one wish in 30 seconds?
Well, I could have big wishes, but I have one concrete wish, and is that we would get started with discussions about putting the needed regulatory framework in place to make breeding investment in the region attractive to private companies.
Okay.
30 seconds.
if at all, if I may say so. Mrs. Cross, 30 seconds for your top priority.
Sure. I would say that it is about increasing the productivity of the region, especially through the use of plant nutrients, and making sure that the region can really fulfill its potential as a provider of food for the world.
Thank you. What about you, Mr. William?
I would say smoothening of the current tensions, the international tensions, in particular in between the US and many of the countries we are talking about, and based on that, improvement of international trade.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So thank you very much to all the participants of the panel today. We have discovered and identified the potentials of the region with regard to agriculture. We've seen some bottlenecks, which we've been discussing. We have seen that there is some room for improvement, and we'd love to make improvements in the sphere of agriculture. And of course, we are open for further cooperation. And the suggestion you made, Mr. Sahin, for a German Caspian agribusiness alliance sounds promising, and I hope we can take this further in the future. So I hope we have made use of the possibility to get some messages out, also to politics and the business in the region. Because we are selling solutions, as you said, if I may quote you. So there is room for further improvement, but also a lot of fruitful cooperation ahead. Thank you to all the panelists today, wherever you are. It was for me also a very special experience in this hybrid format to have you scattered across the globe, but we are united on this topic. So thank you very much again for being with me today. What remains to me is to let our participants know about the next panel. And I'd love to see you participate in that as well. It is session number 5 within the framework of the Caspian Europe Forum, and its topic is called The Crisis in Afghanistan, Geopolitical and Economic Impacts in the Caspian Region. Thank you very much and stay tuned. Bye-bye.
Excellencies, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear Dr. Malecki, dear participants of the second Caspian Europe Forum, on behalf of the German Federal Association for Economic Development and Foreign Trade, BWA Global Economic Network, and myself, I have the pleasure to welcoming you once again and to thank you that we have such an active participation also on the second day of the second Caspian Europe Forum here on site in Berlin, as well as virtually, sending my best greetings here from Berlin to all of you who are following us digitally. So The session, which is entitled The Crisis in Afghanistan, Geopolitical and Economic Impacts in the Caspian Region, is the last panel, but last but not least, this is a very important topic, and I was thinking a lot about this topic when I was in Tashkent in July at an international conference, which was hosted by the President of Uzbekistan, His Excellency Shavkat Mirziyoyev. At this time, President Ashraf Ghani was still in power, and nobody at this conference thought that exactly 1 month later, 15th of August, Kabul was taken over control by the Taliban. So we would now like to discuss the political and the economic implications mostly. Of course, this is a very large topic which has several other dimensions. For example, the aspect of security and defense, the military aspect, would need to discuss completely separately. But I think it is most important, if we discuss about what is going on in Afghanistan, to discuss with the Afghan people, with representatives of Afghanistan, and not only about Afghanistan. And that is why I'm very pleased to welcoming our first speaker, Mr. Jamshid Rahimi, who is speaking to us from Kabul today. Mr. Rahimi is a diplomat. He studied international relations in Kabul and Herat, and from 2018 until this year, he was the head of the economic section of the Embassy of the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan to the People's Republic of China in Beijing. So, Mr. Rahimi, very warm welcome to you from Berlin, and we are very looking forward to your insights. What is happening right now in Afghanistan? Please.
Well, thank you very much, and hello to everyone. Dear organizers, participants, and friends, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm very pleased to be here today to express my views and thoughts on the current crisis in Afghanistan and its impacts in the regional stability, especially in the Caspian region. First of all, I would like to draw a picture of Afghanistan's economic situation since the collapse of the government of Islamic Republic. The rapid fall of Islamic Republic of Afghanistan and the rise of Taliban not only changed the political system, but also shaken the weak economy of the country. The economic crisis is spreading to all corners of the country and badly affecting everyone and all walks of life. Financial institutions are unable to deliver the basic services to people. Almost all banks are closed and few which are opened, only providing limited services, and people are facing serious cash shortages. Unemployment, no investments, import and export issues, COVID-19, hunger and drought are the major challenges that people are suffering from. The dissolution of the hundreds of thousands of Afghan National Army and other security forces imposed a significant economic shock and affected millions of other Afghanistan citizens who were economically dependent on them. The flee of professionals and educated people out of the country or brain drain, and the flee of investors or those who are in a better economic position has had a great impact on the current economic situation of the country and is very detrimental to Afghanistan's economy in the long run. According to recent United Nations observations, Secretary General Mr. Antonio Guterres warned of a complete economic collapse of Afghanistan and called for a joint cooperation in order to avoid it. So the economic situation on the ground is worsening as time goes on. The recent political change has created an uncertain future for Afghanistan, and on the other hand, has plunged Afghanistan into a new phase of tensions with countries around the world and actors in the region. The victory of Taliban has been very promising and inspiring for the radical Islamic movements in the region, as we have recently seen statements and congratulatory messages to the Taliban from the leaders or affiliate medias of such groups. These reactions were mostly coming from groups operating in Central Asia and in the Caspian region. Dear friends, I believe that the Afghanistan crisis poses direct and indirect threats to the Caspian region. The Khorasan province of Islamic State can be the most dangerous threat to the Caspian region, since the group includes the Caspian as part of their Khorasan map. After Taliban took control of Afghanistan, ISIL Khorasan fighters has been able to increase their activities inside the country and recruit troops in all parts of Afghanistan. An unstable Afghanistan means a safe haven for ISIL Khorasan, which will help them achieve their goals more easily. Besides, recent tensions between Tajikistan and Taliban, which have led to military maneuvers, show a difference of opinions between the two sides, which is also affecting the Caspian region. Human trafficking, narco trade, and drug trafficking, as well as immigration and refugees, are other risks and challenges that the Caspian region will face. Ladies and gentlemen, as clearly mentioned, let me once again express that the watch and wait policy is not the solution. The political and social instability in Afghanistan will not remain inside the borders of the country forever. It will further spill over to the surrounding countries if it is not taken seriously. Thank you.
Mr. Rahimi, thank you very much. Very interesting to hear this perspective from Afghanistan, your view. So, as you have already mentioned, this crisis or the situation in Afghanistan is not only of a national or regional dimension, it has a geopolitical implication. And looking closer to the neighboring countries will help us to understand the situation better, also from a German perspective. If I think, for example, to Uzbekistan, I think of sincere gratitude, which we should express as Germany in this way, because without Uzbekistan, we wouldn't even have been able to carry out our diplomats and local staff from the embassy. So it is worth to take Uzbekistan's thoughts on this topic, and for this I would like to invite Mr. Agramjon Nematov. He's the Deputy Director of the Institute for Strategic and Interregional Studies under the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan. Mr. Nematov, please.
So, dear participants of the conference, dear friends, first of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the invitation to take part in this high-level international conference. For Uzbekistan, the peaceful settlement of the situation in Afghanistan is a top priority. Peace and stability in Afghanistan is a key factor in the sustainable development of our region. In this regard, for Uzbekistan, the processes taking place in Afghanistan are extremely important. We share a common border with Afghanistan, it's our neighbor, and we cannot just observe the situation in Afghanistan from outside. We consider Afghanistan as an integral part of Central Asia. The nations of Central Asia and Afghanistan for thousands of years have developed in the unique cultural and civilizational space. We are connected with Afghan people through centuries-old ties of friendship and good neighbor lines. We share the same history, religion, traditions, and values. We have repeatedly shared state formations as well as a common humanitarian space. Our great ancestors lived in the territory of Afghanistan. For example, the founder of Uzbek language, Alisher Navai, lived in Herat. It's a city in Afghanistan. Mirza Babur, who was born in Andijan, the city in Fergana Valley, first formed a state in Afghanistan, then moved into India and founded Mughal Empire. We are also united with Afghanistan by a common economic space. Afghanistan has always been a land bridge connecting Central and South Asia. Through the territory of Afghanistan pass the main trade routes of Great Silk Road. which was fundamental for the development and prosperity of the economy, science and culture of our region. Geopolitical competition and ongoing wars in Afghanistan damaged this historical connectivity. Today, transport isolation seriously hinders the economic growth of our region. For Central Asian countries, transportation costs in many cases reach 60% of the cost of imported goods. Carriers lose up to 40% of the time for transporting goods due to imperfect customs procedures and poor logistics. Long-term peace and sustainable development in Afghanistan will bring real benefits to all countries in the region, stimulating the construction of roads and railroads, laying pipelines, developing regional and trans-regional trade in all directions. We also share common security space with Afghanistan. We believe that the security of Afghanistan is the security of Uzbekistan, the guarantee of stability and prosperity in whole Central Asia. It's impossible to ensure the prosperity of the region without solving the Afghan problem. Afghanistan will always remain a key factor in ensuring regional security. Because of these factors, Uzbekistan supports the peaceful settlement of the conflict in Afghanistan through political dialogue, which takes into account the will of the entire Afghan people and the diversity of Afghan society. We have always stood for the principal position regarding the need to respect of the independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity of Afghanistan. For this purpose, Uzbekistan made efforts to achieve a broad international consensus in this direction. For example, in 1999, Tashkent hosted high-level 6+2 group meeting on Afghanistan under auspices of the United Nations. It was attended by the main confronting parties to the inter-Afghan conflict, representatives of the Northern Alliance and the Taliban, delegations from Iran, China, Pakistan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Russia, and the United States. After the meeting, it was signed Tashkent Declaration on basic principles of peaceful settlement of the conflict in Afghanistan. And this remains the only official document adopted by all the internal political forces of the country and approved by the United Nations. The document itself was a strong call to all sides to take a comprehensive approach and strict consideration of the historical, national, and religious futures of Afghanistan, which could serve as a basis for real political settlement and ending the war. However, these messages didn't find their further implementation, and we got 2001. Taliban was removed from power and not included to the new government. Nevertheless, on 15th August this year, they again took power in Afghanistan. Uzbekistan has foreseen the development of the situation in this scenario long before. In this regard, in 2017, Uzbekistan resumed dialogue with Taliban movement. In March 2018, at the initiative of the President of Uzbekistan, His Excellency Shavkat Mirziyoyev, it was organized Tashkent International Conference on Afghanistan. At the end of the conference, representatives of 25 states and international organizations unanimously adopted the Tashkent Declaration, a universally recognized program for building peace on Afghan soil. The main aim was achieving peace through negotiations. Now Taliban movement came to power and established an interim government in Kabul. This is an objective reality, and we cannot turn away from Afghanistan. We should not let that Afghanistan stay alone with the range of problems. Today, there are still risks in Afghanistan returning to the situation of the 1990s, when the country faced the civil war and humanitarian crisis, and its territory became into a hub for international terrorism and drug production. Because of above mentioned, we are conducting dialogue with Taliban, and during which we are underscoring about the importance of forming a representative government which takes into consideration the interests of ethno-political groups, socio-economic interests of all segments of society, provision of fundamental human rights, including ethnic minorities and women, which are the most important conditions for sustainable and lasting peace in Afghanistan. During the dialogue, we are also noting that about the importance of not using Afghanistan's territory for destructive actions against neighboring states and cut ties with international terrorist organizations. At the same time, we are concerned that nowadays Afghanistan is facing, that was mentioned by my colleague, Mr. Jamshid Rahimi, a humanitarian crisis, which distances the prospects of stabilizing the situation in the country. According to the United Nations Development Programme, the poverty rate among the Afghan population may reach 97% by the mid-2022, which will be 36 million people. This year, because of this drought, Afghanistan has lost 40% of all crops this year. Experts predict that the difficult socio-economic situation combined with a deteriorating military political situation could lead to an influx of refugees from Afghanistan. And ignoring these factors and any delay in forming a capable government could lead to the formation of security vacuum in Afghanistan, activation of terrorist and extremist groups, and increase the risk of spillover of the actions into neighboring countries. Dear participants, Uzbekistan is the closest neighbor of Afghanistan, which directly faced threats and challenges in the 1990s, is clearly aware of all the possible negative consequences of the development of the situation under such a scenario. In this regard, the President of Uzbekistan, His Excellency Shavkat Mirziyoyev, during his address at the 76th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations, noted that during these challenging times, it is impossible to isolate Afghanistan and leave it within the range of its problems. Otherwise, the country will not be able to get out of the comments of the illegal economy and will face increasing drug trafficking, arms trafficking, and other forms of transnational organized crime. Of course, all the negative consequences of this will be felt first and foremost by the neighboring countries. To this end, we consider that there should be effective coordination of international efforts on Afghanistan, as well as a coherent and pragmatic dialogue with the new Afghan authorities that is commensurate with the commitments they have made. We are interested in the establishment of lasting peace in Afghanistan, prevention of possible growth of extremism in the region, and export of radical ideology, securing basic human rights and freedoms, including of women and national minorities. Uzbekistan wishes to see independent, sovereign, and democratic, stable Afghanistan. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Mr. Nematov, for this insight. And I think your explanation has shown that Uzbekistan is taking care of the developments and situation in Afghanistan, not only just right now when it comes to hotspot of attention during this international crisis, but there has been kind of history of development for regional cooperation formats, such as the recent conference on the cooperation between Central and South Asia, which I've attended in July. Who of us, Mr. Nematov, would have thought to discuss 2 months later a whole different picture, which has changed completely. And I think it is very important to outline the strategic importance of Uzbekistan in the region, but also of other players. So having said that, I would like to shift our view from Tashkent to Almaty in Kazakhstan. And I would would now like to ask Ms. Edda Schlager. Ms. Edda Schlager is a journalist living in Almaty since 2005, so she knows the region very well, and she's reporting from the region, from Central Asia, from Kazakhstan, for various German media, which is not very often the case. We have not so many German or in general Western European journalists in this region. So therefore we are very glad to welcoming you today, Edda Schlager. The floor is yours.
Yes, hello everyone, and thank you very much for having me. Thank you also for putting this very important topic, Central Asia, on the agenda of this conference. I think this is really important. Thank you also, Mr. Rahimi and Mr. Nematov, for your very interesting insights. And what you mentioned, just that Central Asia is really not in the focus of Germany, of German media, of European media, I would even say. It's even more important to have a look right now as the crisis in Afghanistan unfolds. And I can tell you from discussions with colleagues or with politicians, with activists, even people who are involved in the crisis now in Afghanistan, they don't have Central Asia on their screen, actually. They speak about Pakistan, they speak about Iran, even about Turkey or Greece even, but they are not really aware that Central Asia plays a really, really important role in the whole region. So I would point out that I strongly feel that Central Asia is in Germany or in Europe underestimated. Of course, all these 5 countries, we speak about Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Kazakhstan, where I live, are authoritarian states. Of course, there are always high critics on domestic politics, on human rights, and so on. But on the other hand, I think these 5 countries have, during their independence since the early 1990s, developed their own approaches. We tend to speak about Central Asia as a region, and of course this is clear, we have an understanding of the region, but I also want to point out that all these 5 countries have their very individual approaches for deciding problems and so on, and this is very important to have in mind, I think. I personally see Central Asia as a very important bridge between the Western, and I call it even Western Russian world, and the Middle East, because of the Soviet history they share with Russia and with the other former Soviet republics. But being all Muslim states, but being secular states is, I think, a really important thing we have to keep in mind, because coming from this, the countries probably have to offer their own approaches, and especially now in solving the crisis in Afghanistan, I would say. What we don't know in Europe very well is that all these 5 countries have developed very strong economic ties during the last years. So now, of course, we look especially to Uzbekistan, which has a really huge role in the evacuation process during the last weeks. But Tajikistan, Turkmenistan especially, and Uzbekistan, they have built up very strong economic ties, because they are not only oriented to China or to Europe, as we always suppose. So they look further to South Asia, and especially to Afghanistan, which we also saw in this conference. Mr. Nematov also already mentioned. I think it's important to know how the 5 different countries reacted to the takeover of the Taliban. So Mr. Nematov already gave us the insight how Uzbekistan, what approach does Uzbekistan have, and why do they do so. But I think Turkmenistan is also very interesting to look at, because they were actually the first country who that secretly opened the border for border trade, even before any other country in Central Asia reacted to the Taliban, and they recognized the Taliban government quite early. Then we have Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan, who just reacted during the last 2 weeks, building up a diplomatic relationship with the Taliban government. And then on the other side, I have to say, these both countries being further away from Afghanistan, they don't share a common border with Afghanistan. They are quite hesitant, I would say. But in general, they are going with Uzbekistan, which has become quite the leader in the overall reaction to the Taliban and to the developments in Afghanistan, I would say. And this is thanks to President Shavkat Mirziyoyev, who didn't look during the last years not only to Afghanistan, he evolved really to a person of initiative to enforce the process for more peace in Afghanistan since 2017, like Mr. Nematov pointed out. But he also enforces a more regional approach together with the other Central Asian states, because they have been developing quite individually during the last years, and Mr. Mirziyoyev tried to get them more closer together, and I think he succeeded in doing this. So Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, they are quite going with Uzbekistan, I would say. Interesting is now the look to Tajikistan, which shares the longest border with Afghanistan, to 1,500 kilometers. It's the longest border amongst the Central Asian states with Afghanistan. And unlike the other countries in Central Asia, Mr. Emomali Rahmon, the president of Tajikistan, has been quite, yes, let's say it like this, aggressive towards the new Afghan government, to the Taliban. So he's not going with the other countries. He was calling the UN for support of the Tajik resistance in Panjshir Valley, and he would like to support them. The question is, why does Mr. Rahmon do so? Of course, there is a huge Tajik minority in Afghanistan. Tajiks are the second biggest minority in Afghanistan. And of course, we could somehow expect a certain support from the Tajik side. But on the other hand, I think that Mr. Rahmon, who rules a quite poor country, not economically very strong, he has a lot of domestic problems, and I think it might be possible that he just wants to distract from these domestic problems of Tajikistan in playing the big man towards Afghanistan. And I think this is quite interesting to look at during the next weeks and months, because as we all know, the Taliban also already reacted to this, not very friendly. Up to now, the Taliban try to keep a quite calm approach towards Central Asia, but Tajikistan has its own single approach, which is going more into a conflict approach, I would think. And maybe we have the opportunity to discuss it right now, because I'm also interested in the opinion of the other members of our panel now. What do they think about it? So thank you for listening. And
Ms. Schlager, thank you very much. It's interesting to hear how different approaches assess, coming from different backgrounds, the current developments in Afghanistan from the Central Asian states. Regarding Tajikistan, I think it is also an interesting case, and maybe in addition to the points you have mentioned, there should also be added that Tajikistan has experienced a civil war in the 1990s after the decline of the Soviet Union. So they have a strong fear now that radicalized individuals or as a whole the political ideology of radicalism is coming into the country, because this civil war which Emomali Rahmon had to deal with at the time, being in the 1990s, there was this conflict between the secular and the Islamist radicalized fractions in Tajikistan, which is now over, but I think which has to be kept in mind regarding that. So as we have now discussed about the regional approaches and about the political sphere, I would like to shift our view to the economic level. So how are businesses which are interested in the Caspian region or which are already active over there affected by the crisis and the development in Afghanistan? I would now like to hand over to Dr. Bijan Khatlipur. He is the managing partner of Eurasian Nexus Partners, a consultancy based in Vienna, and Dr. Khatlipur is dealing with the countries of the Caspian region since a long time, so he knows the region very well, and he is also an expert for the problems and challenges that businesses are facing in the region. Dr. Khatlipur, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm honored to be among these panelists who have all addressed a number of aspects in the crisis. I will try to put some of the points mentioned by the other panelists into a more sort of geopolitical and geostrategic context. Starting from Afghanistan itself. I mean, when we start talking about economic aspects of the current crisis, we know Afghanistan doesn't have a large formal economy, but what makes up for it is the geostrategic position of Afghanistan, and all the previous speakers referred to it. Afghanistan is an important bridge between important regions that are all significant for the Caspian region, and by extension for the European Union, because we should not forget the Caspian region is in a way a neighboring region of the European Union. What we have to say as a first aspect of the development, when we look at it from the perspective of the international business community, is obviously the aspect of security. And as I said, I don't want to repeat what was already said. There are clear security implications of the developments in Afghanistan, not just because of the flow of refugees and terrorism, but also because of disruptions. You know, simple disruptions in any region will undermine the security situation, and we will see the repercussions of what's happening in Afghanistan in the months to come. The other aspect we have to consider, and I think Mr. Rahimi mentioned this, if because of the situation, whether it's the security situation or political situation or the fact that the Taliban have taken over power, if the formal economy of Afghanistan will shrink as a result, then the informal economy will grow. And we all know what the informal economy means for the neighboring regions, but also for Europe. I mean, if once there is a hike in drug trafficking and human trafficking and flows of illicit money, then we will have implications. And international businesses look at these. I mean, it's true that one sort of has started to say, well, there are security issues in many regions and we just have to come up with remedies. But obvious disruptions and the complexity that come with this type of situation, with the type of uncertainty we have, is going to put pressure on businesses. And the level of complexity can lead to sort of more strict investment decisions in the future in the region, not just in the neighboring regions, but also in the wider Caspian region. And I think we will see a lot of negative consequences on investment decisions, on the flows of capital, flows of expertise, and so on. Another topic I would like to bring in is the shifting dynamics in terms of the different relationships. I agree with Mrs. Schlager to say that it's important to understand the perspectives of the regional states, of the smaller states. All of them have their own interests, but it's also important to understand the dynamics of of the larger players, regional players, and international players. One relationship that is changing because of what's happening in Afghanistan is the Iran-US security relationship. Obviously, one of the threat perceptions in Tehran has been the presence of the US military in Afghanistan. If the US is not present in Afghanistan anymore, the security calculations in Tehran will change, and in my view, they have already changed. And that will have an impact on the activities of Iran in the region, the activities that were designed to deter US aggression against Iran. If those activities will change, for example, some of the proxy relationships will change, then that will also change some of the regional relationships. It's not a coincidence, in my view, that Iran-Saudi dialogue has started parallel to the developments in the region. That Iran-Russia are developing a much stronger both trade and political relationship. So I think it's to sort of conclude, and our panel shows it, it's a multi-dimensional, complex puzzle that we are dealing with. And complexity and uncertainty are not good for business. And if we want to sort of address this issue, I agree that we need to engage in a political dialogue and, you know, not forget Afghanistan, not forget the region. But I think the most important element to remember is to keep the Afghan economy on its feet in a formal framework, not allow it to slide into informal activity and grow. It already has informal activity. But if the informal activity grows, uncertainty and complexity will also grow, and that is not good for business, and that's not good for sustainability in the region. I'm going to stop here and look forward to your comments and questions.
Dr. Köslipur, thank you very much. So now we have heard a lot of aspects, and this is a large topic. As I already mentioned, there could be a conference, the whole conference, just focusing on this issue. Maybe that would be a new project for Maleki Corporate Group. Let's see. So as we had also the elections in Germany, the parliamentary elections recently, there will be a new political constellation which is now still undergoing negotiations, so we don't know yet who will be responsible to deal with the Caspian region, Central Asia, Afghanistan in a few months. So I would like to ask Ms. Edda Schlager if we have seen those perspectives from the region, we have seen those different approaches, and from your perspective, living in Central Asia, knowing all the countries, do you think there might be a perspective for a deepened cooperation between Germany, the European Union, and the regional states, as well as regional organizations, for example, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization or other regional groups? Would there be a potential to develop more cooperation with Central Asia, which is entangled by this Afghan crisis?
Yes. Please let me concentrate on the German or the European point of view, because if we discuss the Shanghai Organization for Cooperation, it really leads too far from here. I'm really curious myself what the future will bring regarding to the now expected new government in Germany. I can say that, for instance, the international cooperation in Central Asia was to dim down during the next years, and I think this is very, very maybe even painful question for the new government. Will they have the interest? Will they, the new government in Germany, I mean, will they have the interest? Will they have the engagement to concentrate on Central Asia, having in mind all the problems we have now in Europe here, facing an economic crisis coming up. And I really only hope that there will be diplomats who are smart enough to keep the relationship with the Central Asian states up, because it's really we have to deal with the crisis in Afghanistan, and we have to resolve it not with a military option, but with a peaceful, and yes, I tend also to say with an economic option.
So there is a lot of work to do. There is still laying a certain responsibility from those states, those powers who have been engaged in the region, in Afghanistan, particularly over the last 20 years. And 2 decades, it is quite a long time to build up trust, to build up structures, and also to lose those aspects. So is Germany, is the Western Alliance, is the European Union still one of the main stakeholders? One may ask this question if we, for example, look at the aspect that Germany has closed the embassy in Kabul, has taken out all diplomats and local staff, and we look, for example, to other players in the region, China, Russia, they have still their embassies operating, and as far I have monitored the situation, there has been no issues so far. So, Mr. Nematov, what do you think? Is there still this role of the Western Alliance, or are now other players taking over what has been tried to achieve over the last 20 years? Mr. Nematov, you would like to share some thoughts on that? Maybe he cannot hear us. However, if I may now ask Mr. Rahimi, as an Afghan, so what have you taken out of this discussion for your country? What aspects would you like to deepen? And again, what is your take? How shall we continue to work with Afghanistan in this difficult situation, economically, politically, and also in a strategic way?
Yes, thank you very much, and it's a very pleasure to be with distinguished colleagues, and actually they already pointed out very important issues. As for Mr. Nematov, he actually explained the situation in Afghanistan very well. For me, I was afraid if I go too long, maybe it will be boring for the colleagues, but I think Mr. Nematov already talked about the different aspects, economic, social, and political. For Afghanistan, the social stability is very important. Not only for Uzbekistan, we not only have the ethnic groups from Uzbekistan. If you consider Afghanistan would be a small representative of Central Asia. Here we have Persians, Tajiks, we have Hazara people, we have Turkmens, we have Uzbeks, we have Turks. So Afghanistan is an important country for all the Central Asia in terms of social stability. I totally agree with Mr. Nematov and also with Eda Schleger that the Tajikistan had a kind of different perspective on Afghanistan, and they were more kind of aggressive. Aggressive perspective of Tajikistan, I can understand to some extent, because if we go back to the 1990s, the conflict, the internal or civil conflicts in Tajikistan, which then it was solved, or the former president of Afghanistan, Mr. Rabbani, he and also their party members, they were the one who brought the negotiation inside Tajikistan. And I think the president of Tajikistan or the people of Tajikistan, they kind of feel responsible for the situation in Afghanistan because they already had the same experience in Tajikistan and also the engagement of Afghanistan leaders. So in today's situation, actually we, from an Afghanistan perspective, from an Afghan, what we expect from the world, it's not just, as I mentioned earlier, we just wait and see how the situation in Afghanistan will be. It's already, I think, too late. It should be more strong. There should be more strong decisions from the regional actors or regional countries and also from the world, like Tajikistan. If what the world needs from Taliban or the current government, it should be clear. As Tajikistan says, we need a government in Afghanistan who is accepting the rights of all minorities, and it is an inclusive government. So I, as a former diplomat of Afghanistan and as an Afghan, I really expect the whole region and also the countries around the world and also those actors who are involved in Afghanistan issue, they should take strong measures, strong, position, and they should be more involved in Afghanistan. Physically involved in Afghanistan, that the outcome should be tangible. What Ms. Ida Schleger was saying, that is true. Afghanistan has a very long border with Tajikistan, and Tajikistan's involvement in Afghanistan is very critical. And we expect, there are some other countries they're involved in Afghanistan, like our southern or east southern neighbor, Pakistan. Pakistan is involved in Afghanistan, but the Afghan people, they don't expect such an involvement that brought Afghanistan into this situation. Yes, we need the engagement of Central Asia, because we have, from different perspectives, from a cultural perspective, historically, and regionally, we are dependent on each other, and I think the Central Asia can play a very vital role. And also, Mr. Bijan, as he mentioned, yes, Afghanistan. I agree. Afghanistan doesn't have a strong economy, but the economy of Afghanistan is dependent to other countries. If we look at the energy sector in Afghanistan, Afghanistan imports 80% of the energy from Central Asia. The instability, what does it mean for Afghanistan? A dark country if the instability goes. If we see the oil, all imported from outside Afghanistan, and the technology, the internet, the fiber optic, everything, and today is connected to the regional countries. And I think that my colleagues, all of you clearly mentioned all these problems and difficulties that Afghanistan is facing. But the only thing Afghan people and also the whole, for all those people that I'm in contact with, they're expecting a more strong position from the world, especially from the European countries. For me, as an Afghan, I grow with the social order, human rights, with the women rights. We educated. We went to school. We continued our higher education. We were expecting a democratic country, a democratic system, which can guarantee the rights of everyone in the country. And it was something penetrated by the Western countries to our society. But now, what happened? Everybody left the country. All those dreams of Afghan people, the young generation, everything is, demolished. There is nothing to expect. But we hope for the better future of Afghanistan, and the engagement of Germany, very important, because the instability not only affect the countries around Afghanistan, but also the whole world. Germany can play a vital role in Afghanistan. There are a lot of refugees going out of Afghanistan to Germany. I think it is also bring a kind of social disorder in the whole Europe, especially to Germany. So I think the engagement of all parties in Afghanistan is very important, and we hope for a better future for Afghanistan.
Mr. Rahimi, thank you very much. And I think this panel has shown the complexity of this matter. So we have different spheres. We have the political sphere, we have the business sphere, and we have different approaches on what governmental as well as business or non-profit stakeholders can contribute to the improvement of stabilization in Afghanistan, which is also crucial for the regional security, because Afghanistan is connected with Central Asia, with South Asia, and we have a lot of interests in this region. As the conference has shown in the past 2 days, there is a lot of potential which we are going to realize, and therefore I'm very glad that this Caspian Forum, Caspian Europe Forum, took place the second time already here in Berlin and worldwide online. I would like to thank our distinguished speakers for their participation, for sharing their expertise, for taking their time to be here with us in Berlin and worldwide today. Thank you very much. And I have now the pleasure to hand over to Dr. Nader Maleki for the closing remarks of the second Caspian Europe Forum. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, Mr. Unkauf, for moderating this difficult session, and my thanks to all the participants of the last panel. We had now 2 days, we talked about the Caspian region. We had various sessions with different topics, and I think we are absolutely on the right track, that we need such a conference on a regular basis. So that's why I'm very happy to announce already the 5th and the 6th of October 2022 to inviting you all to the 3rd Caspian Forum. I want to thank all the sponsors, all the partners, all the speakers who has been with us for 2 days, and hope to see you all next year. Stay healthy. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Thank you.